specific walks. You would do them at different speeds. You would do you just got attacked by a swarm of bees walks. You would do all these things, all these crazy walks. You would do a bored walk, like you're completely bored because it's almost like they're trying to send you a message. If you do decide to do that, it's going to get.
Well, you've certainly held up
Player,
your side of the bargain with the supply.
playable character is actually bored with it, whatever. So at one point, I said, "Can I try something?" And they were like, "Yeah, do whatever you want." Really laid back day, literally just me walking back and forth all day long on stage.
Whoa!
And so I turned around, and you
know
always
what you're looking for
over the shoulder, right? The perspective, or maybe like. So I turned around. I was like, "Come on, are you serious?" Like looking at the fourth wall. You know what I mean?
Oh,
breaking the fourth wall.
That's hilarious.
Everybody got a good laugh at it.
Whoa.
Out of it, but I don't know if it ever.
Oh my gosh, you're going to have so many people walking in the game now. Everyone is about to hop onto Red Dead 2 and try to get that voice line. That would be awesome.
We asked the multiplayer voice from Halo if he had any lines that he wanted to make it into the game, and the game came out that we were talking about like right around when the Dick Cheney thing happened, where he shot his friend or whatever. And he was like, I really wanted this line to make it in. He was like, Cheney Mania.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to put in there. Okay, so in an interview, you said that you had a hard time, you'd spend so much time in the booth as John Marston that you would have a hard time switching back into real life. And that some guys gave you crap on the construction site. So could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, because it's a video game.
Page 14. Robbing criminals isn't a crime. It just makes no sense.
Stuff on. It had
so there's a gang or some such on the move with some supplies. And I thought you'd be the perfect person to go give them a taste of their own medicine. Just be careful.
Or picking up a bale of hay or something. It wasn't weighted the same way. Pretend that it was as heavy as that would be, whatever. And there was a day where I was dragging a big fence post across the ground, and so they said action, so I started doing it, and then I set it up, put it in the hole, and tried to act like I was hooking up rails to it, whatever. And they said, all right, cut. Oh, and then the director goes, oh, you're so strong, Rob. You're so strong. And I thought, and we got a good relationship too. I've gotten to know him pretty well. He's great. I'm never gonna make that mistake again. And then, yes, so when we were doing Red Dead Redemption 2, I would go, typically, I would be in New York for 3 weeks, then I would come home for 2 weeks, then back for 3, then home for 2. When I was home for the 2 weeks, I had a job in construction. I worked for my brother-in-law. And, there were several times where I would hear myself making a grunt sound when it was absolutely unnecessary, and then having the guy that I worked with react to it and be like, man, stop. What is wrong with you?
That's good stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Who's the real John Marston?
You couldn't shoot a fart out of your own ass.
You couldn't shoot a fart out of your own ass.
You couldn't shoot a fart out of your own ass.
That's great. That's great. I love that. Okay, awesome. I rewrote a Red Dead Redemption scene for Gen Z. So you go ahead and play John, and I will play the other part. You ready? All right, you go ahead and ahead and start us off.
Action.
Oh, I will
do it, I'd be Bing chilling.
Why's that? Because it'd keep you from eating more baby grunts?
What in the Freddy Fazbear are you yapping about?
You eat baby grunts! You have to survive. All Ohio knows that. On God!
We eat Grimace shakes and Feastables, you fool!
You know, I like to keep my ear to the ground. And not just when I'm passed out in the dirt. Well, I heard some other traders might have broken down on a delivery run.
Insane,
for
bro.
them to get robbed
Even
out
just
there.
just hearing you say like you eat baby Gronks, I was like, holy shit, he like believes it. Like I actually felt like I was eating baby Gronks.
Yeah, that was electric.
All right, I appreciate that one. That's awesome. I guess one other question. So I guess that is your real voice, right? But people like to fake, different accents, Western accents. What do you feel like the real key to a Western accent is? What do you think people get wrong about it?
I mean, shoot, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Do I sound Western to you? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. You sound. I guess. How would you? What would you consider your accent to be?
I think it's strength coach accent.
Potentially fitting. I don't know. But no, it's I don't know. I mean, I do hear when people try to sound Western, I notice that people slow down.
Yeah.
And they so Alex McKenna, who played Sadie Adler, is she's from LA, right? And she did such a great accent. She had all this training. She's been an actress since she was 3 years old, whatever. But she's very talented. But she made one syllable word into like 3 words. Over his shoulder and throws him in the jail cell. And Sadie's kind of sitting up on the desk at the sheriff's office, and she said, "You You just made the word shit 15 syllables.
I think we only have a couple more.
That was my last one, yeah.
I want to see what John Marston is like in 2025. So I'm going to say a couple prompts and then have you act out. John Marston gives his order to the Chick-fil-A employee.
Yeah, I just think it's chicken, right? Chicken sandwich and some fries. Are those waffle fries? Do they have that salt on them? The good salt? Give me some of that too. And I don't know. Give me a Coke. Give me a Coke.
Probably a beer.
Give me a beer.
Yeah, that's great. All right, next one. John Marston tells us his favorite NBA player and why.
My favorite NBA player of all time has got to be Muggsy Bogues, because he was clearly at a disadvantage.
That's great. That's awesome. And then last one. Somebody hands John Marston a Glock 9.
What is this? Why are you giving me this toy gun? I don't even want to hold this. Take it back. I don't want this.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. And then I have a couple more just to close it out here. Want to solve another Red Dead myth. Is Dutch a cannibal?
Some people
my last one, or last two very quick ones. What's the John Marston pose?
I was just saying. Have you ever wondered why they call that building? It's already built.
Back here. So John,
Okay, sorry.
can you see me?
Yeah, we
Anyway, I have some good news. Another batch ready for market.
Is the neutral
Well
pose.
done, Cripps. You're amazing.
Every now and then.
Why, thank you. And now it's over to you. The buyer's local, so should be an easy enough sale.
But it's the neutral pose.
Yeah. Okay, nice.
Which sucks because as an actor, if you're doing these scenes, you start to get all wound up, and you want to go in there and act out a fight scene. You have to go into a neutral pose because you have to let the person playing the game have the option to handle the situation however they want to.
Right.
So yeah, unfortunately, it's a neutral pose.
Nice. Okay, very last question, I promise. What's the best Easter egg in Red Dead Redemption?
I think it's got to be the aliens, right?
Yeah,
It's got to be the aliens.
Yeah, that's the popular one.
Well, I think so because there were, what was it, Cowboys and Aliens? What was the movie that was made? Cowboys versus Aliens, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Hey,
Alien vs. Predator?
it's an opportunity to have a whole different kind of game.
Yeah, a whole different spin-off or like a whole different universe.
Okay, awesome. Rob, do you have anything you want to promo on your side or anything
You are warrior, you can do this.
When you said what did you call it? The strength coach?
Yeah,
voice?
Yeah.
Is that, were you fucking talking shit? Is that why you said that?
No, that was me. That was a compliment. I wish I was more like
Ben's a
that.
football guy.
I'm a big football guy. And
If you are, I think it's hilarious. And you're not, you're not. But I thought it was funny because I'm actually doing a charity thing where I work out. I'm an old guy working out, but people are actually responding really well. It's grown. It's raising money for charity. I'm gonna make it something that I do on YouTube.
whoa.
And not only working out because I'm 48 years old, I'm starting to get stronger, but I'm not the kind of person that really has ever worked out in my life, so I don't really know exactly what I'm doing. But I'm actually getting stronger, and I think there's something to people having a gym buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
That also isn't already completely ripped like most of the people that you see on YouTube or whatever, these fitness guys that are jacked and they're already strong.
Right.
They watch me struggle, it makes them recognize, okay, this guy's willing to struggle in front of the entire world, whoever decides to tune in. And I think it brings people comfort, and I think people are actually really enjoying it. I can't say I'm motivating anyone because I'm not like a big strong guy. I think that the response that I'm getting is that people are really, really enjoying it, and they're doing it long enough to see results in themselves.
Awesome.
And they're really enjoying that. They're feeling better. They know they're good money for charity. The whole thing it's turned into something that I would honestly probably really enjoy doing, and adding more content to it as well. But really forever. I mean,
That's awesome.
It's great. I'm staying in shape, and
Heck yeah.
people are enjoying it. And even if they don't work out, I'm making a video of myself, at least a 10-minute video, Monday through Friday, where I'm struggling, and so it's real, you know?
Heck yeah.
There might be parts of it that actually are motivating, possibly, but I think that people are having fun, even if they're just there to make fun of me. I really don't care. It's been so far it's been really cool.
Awesome. We'll be sure to send people over in that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rob and John, we so much appreciate your time. This has been awesome. I think we absolutely have to have Arthur, aka Roger, on next. So come back next week for that. An absolute legend from Red Dead Redemption, Rob Weedup. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
for your time.
Rob.
Hey, you guys are great. Hey, thank you so much for having me. You're awesome. I really appreciate it.
Gentlemen, how are ya?
We're very well. How are you?
I'm good. Give it up for our cast here. Red Dead Redemption!
Guys, how are you?
I did ask them who attended the after party. I kind of like, oh, that good, huh? Yeah, what's Sunday fun day, guys? You having a good day so far? You were here yesterday as well. How's it been for you?
It's been awesome, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. You all are so cool. Thank you.
Guys, we can't say it often enough. We know you drive for hours. We know it's not cheap. We love you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your appreciation. We love you. Outlaws for life.
I'm seeing a lot of cowboy hats. The Texan in me is appreciating that. As you said, these are the nicest people we have in Wales, but since you guys got here, have you seen any of the country yet? Have you had any cultural experiences other than the hotel? Had time to?
This time, really, no. But that's okay. I mean, so we've been here before that, right? This is probably 3 years ago, maybe. But we had a show in Birmingham, and then we had another show in Wales.
But it was Chepstow. They pretended it was Wales.
But so, yeah, for the week between, we stayed, the two of us, in Peterborough.
Who's Mike?
Yeah, we all stayed in the Brecon Beacon. Amazing. Beautiful.
And we saw Wales beat Denmark. Yeah, the footy. And I know this part of. I went to uni in South Wales. I used to live in Foxton. Treforest? Anyone know Treforest? Oh, it's great to be back. I love this place.
I love that you said footy. You're a hometown hero for sure. But we'll get to Red Dead Redemption, but I have a question for you. We love to know the celebrities backstage each other and some are reuniting. Is there anyone on here at the Welsh Comic Con you're either excited to see or excited to meet for the first time?
Oh man,
Good
Cooper
roster.
from Walking Dead. I threw my back out. I'm old, and he helped me, man. He was giving me a massage. My God, and that fella is not a small man. He is strong, and he sorted my back out. I'm eternally grateful. You knew him before, didn't you?
Yeah, I'd met him before. Those guys are all just cool. But it was so funny yesterday. They were talking. They were just sharing stories about how he's at Hewitt. Cooper has got he's educated now, but he's real. Always been interested in it. But the more they talked about it, I just was kind of sitting near them, whatever, eating lunch yesterday, and I look up and Cooper's got this fanny pack. As if he's pulling out some kind of.
Y'all know what Americans call a fanny pack, right? You know it's yeah.
What do you call it here? What do you call it?
A bum bag.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of worse, but fanny over here is really bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oopsie.
I'm so sorry. Of course I said something. I'm so sorry. But yeah, he's doing some kind of thing, some kind of oil or something, and giving Roger a massage. I don't know what's happening right now. It's so funny.
The whole crowd was like, remember, who was here for Hoover on the panel? Walking Dead Show. And obviously we're here to talk about Red Dead Redemption. I think it's the most you'll never get out alive. And I say witnessed. They're good at it. When I first met these gentlemen, I said my husband was playing it. Watching the movie was really awesome. But I did say like shooting a lot of people and doing a lot of people. And I think it's about the man is good. He was just choosing to be a terrible person on the game. So tell us about, first of all, your involvement in the
Still have to kill bad people. Good.
defense, yeah, a lot of killing going on.
Good. Good.
So I got a call. This was there are different kinds of then you also have would be a role in video games. It's almost, like a movie. They didn't know what it was. Probably some kind of a commercial for a video game that had already been made. And I went, and thank God I didn't know what it really was. I would have been so nervous I would have completely blown it. I'm sure. But yeah, had this audition and booked it, and still, when, a week or two after the audition, my agent called and said, "Hey, remember that audition for the entitled video game thing, whatever?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "You booked it." I said, "Great. What is it?" Well, we still don't know. So it wasn't until I was able to go and sign my non-disclosure agreement that was from Rockstar. Then they told me what it was. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is definitely not a commercial. This is way bigger. But yeah, never even knew what I was auditioning for.
Thankfully, you did a good enough job that I'm here as well. Same. I also auditioned for Untitled Video Game Project. There's an amazing number of games called Untitled Video Game Project. Yeah, it's similar for me. I had done games before. I didn't know it was for Red Dead until probably the second or third audition. And even then, I was like, this is Red Dead, right? And I just finished Rob's game like a month before, and I thought I did it wrong. Spoilers, but yeah, I absolutely was totally infatuated.
Game to play or to watch. We have so many amazing fans that I'm sure have great creative questions for you. If you want to line up at the microphone, it's just right there. Don't be shy. Come and ask a question. I do have to ask you guys, were you gamers before? And if so, what were you playing? What was your genre? And what was your console? Is that the right term? Console? Such a
Yeah.
nerd. Yeah, console.
So, I'm kind of old, so I'm like the first generation that grew up with video games. Like when I was a little kid, it was tiny, it was long, and then the Atari came out, and then when I was about 6 or 7, I had a Nintendo. So, I grew up and with gaming. And my favorite stuff, Red Dead Redemption, but also Final Fantasy, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Those are my games. Resident Evil, huge fan of Resident Evil as well. I'm currently doing Disco Elysium now. Just finished Spider-Man 2. I love Spider-Man 2. That was so much fun. Swinging around in Manhattan, that was amazing. And what else? Like Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima. Gaming is amazing. It's absolutely
bugs on them. And I am so bad. I am so bad at playing the game. And it's so frustrating, too, because I thought, I'm going to be the best person at this game in the world. I'm going to be the one, because I know the game. Terrible. Horrible at it.
You know, we do have a gaming area. Who's seen our gaming area here in Wales? A lot of retro games. Yeah, I'm more of an N64, GoldenEye, WWF, No Mercy. Anyone remember that?
GoldenEye, man.
GoldenEye.
Oddjob's the best one, because he's tiny. You can't shoot him.
I've now graduated to the Lego games. Any Lego gamers? This guy, he knows it. Well, one quick question before we get to our fabulous fans here. Roger, we had a conversation in, I believe it was Belfast when I saw you guys last. And you were kind of clarifying, and I think it's really, really interesting and informative to sort of clarify that in Red Dead Redemption, it's not that you're voice acting. It's more that it's
We're
more
ready
of
to
a
go.
physical thing than people realize. I think that's really
That's
a
top
fascinating
notch.
topic, right?
So many people, like, how was it voicing Arthur? And I'd be like, well, I only voiced him a little tiny bit. Like 10%, I think, was probably in the booth, right? No, most of it's performance capture now, just like Planet of the Apes and Avatar and what else? Marvel. When Mark Ruffalo does the Hulk, he's doing mocap. Yeah, I love mocap. It's fascinating, and it's I'm passionate about raising awareness about it because so many video games and now film are using it. And we would show up at the same studio every day, and it didn't matter if we were in the swamplands of Le Gras or if we were way up in Coulter. It was the same studio, and it's a fantastic medium to work in. You know, I started out in theater, and I think that helped me a bit because you just got to use your imagination. Yeah.
I think that's cool. I think it's informative, again, that it's not just voice acting, it's so much physicality, and it's real acting as well. We've got a question from this lovely lady here. Hi.
Hello. So Red Dead has a lot of sort of take-home messages within it. For me, the main one being that redemption is possible. I was just wondering what sort of the key take-home messages were that you took from the game.
Yeah, redemption is in the title. People often ask me, "Oh, did you do high honor or low honor?" I'll be like, "Well, it's called redemption. I do high honor because I don't like the bounty hunters constantly chasing me, and stuff is cheaper in the stores if you play high honor. You can do it. That's one of the things about Rockstar is you can do it whatever way you want. You know, you can create a mountain of cops in Tanzania if you want, and I've done that. But then I'd go back to a previous save, you know. But to answer your question, I think, people are complicated, you could be good one day and bad the next. And I think one of the most amazing things about humanity is how complicated and complex human beings can be. And, we all strive to be good people, right? Sometimes we fail.
Господи, как же я хочу играть в Nintendo. Я на работе.
Possibly can. He was still a total asshole before the game started, right? Same with John, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one of the things I think Rockstar handled really well is the complexities of human nature, and it can be complicated, especially when you can't anticipate what the gamer's going to do. But I think they really took that into good account when they were writing it and stuff. So I think Arthur and John can be whatever way you want them to be. Throw fish back to them and you'll get your honor back up.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of parallels, I guess, maybe, with the stories, Red Dead Redemption 2. And like a lot of people can kind of, I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, but you kind of understand, like we all kind of go through stages in our life, right? As we grow up and we have different things in our life that are important to us. And then
We're well stocked for
at
the
a
time
certain
being.
point, we grow out of it or whatever the case may be. But I think ultimately we all really need to find a sense of purpose. And I think that John definitely found that. I mean, until he found it, he was a nut job, right? Just like maybe all of us are, right? Until we find out what really actually matters to us. And there's a lot of trial and error with that, right? But you know, once he found out what it was that was really important to him and his purpose, then there was nothing that was going to stop him from making that be what he needed it to be. And I think, you know, a lot of people can kind of think, like, yeah, I get that. I've been there, you know. Not saying that we all rob trains and banks and that kind of stuff, but we all do, you know, we do go through different stages, and different things are important to us at different times in our lives. So, yeah, I think that's just another way that people can kind of gravitate and really enjoy the game because they get it.
One of the cool things about Red Dead 2 is that we saw John Marston in a totally different light, too. We saw him before he became John Marston, you know? And you did that beautifully, if I may say. It was so cool. Like, oh my God, John Marston's, he's a little younger, you know?
And he's such a punk. What a punk.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi guys. When we play Rockstar games, I think a lot of us, the thing that sticks with us, it's a smile, it's laugh. A lot of people in Rockstar games, particularly in Red Dead 2, me and my friend, there's a certain scene where you take off the crew for a drink in Valentine, and you can't find him, and that's what we tend to go back to. It's the one thing we laugh the most. There's a lot of great dialogue in both games. What was your favorite dialogue? What was your favorite line?
My favorite part was whenever the gang was all together, you know, because we worked on it for so long, on 2 anyway. 2, I was 5 years on working on Red Dead Redemption 2. So all the actors who were the gang members, we literally became a gang. So it was really cool to meet up with them. And whenever we had a big scene, like, for example, to answer your question, when you rescue Sean, and then when you bring Jack back too, from Bronte, and there's a big party at the camp, those were my favorite parts.
Yeah, I agree with that. There were a lot of really funny things, though, too. There weren't there? I love this. John was so proud of his squirrel. He loved it. I thought that was really funny. Just some random things like that, you know, that really were just awesome. I'm so glad they take the time to do that, you know.
Thank you. Great question. Give a round of applause for this cosplay rolling up here. Howdy.
Hey there, Cowpoke.
Howdy.
Howdy.
So I have a question. In the game, Hosea and Dutch talk about, you know, them basically becoming surrogate dads to boys. If you ever had the chance to be a part of a project where it was like the pre-Blackwater, is that something you'd like to do or be a part of? And my second question is, I listen to a lot of music when I work. Are you guys listening to any bands at the moment? Any songs that are really sticking with you that you can recommend?
I just saw Metallica last week.
Oh.
It was just outside of Boston, and I brought my kids. I swear to, I'd never been to a concert that big before, and must have been about 60,000 people. And Pantera was supporting. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. It was a nightmare to get there, but when we got there, all was forgotten. Metallica still got it. Everyone like Metallica? I used to listen to, oh man, I've been listening to them since late 80s, you know? Yeah, but huge fan of Metallica. Music is a huge influence for my work and whatnot. What was the first part of your question again?
In the game, Dutch and Hosea talk about becoming surrogate dads for both of your characters.
Yeah.
If you ever had the chance to like do a project of like the pre-Blackwater,
Oh yeah,
instance,
yeah.
would
Well,
you like to
if
be a
they
part of that?
if they call me, I will always pick up the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think they're a little busy with something else at the moment. I don't even need to say it.
Yeah, I would love to work with Rockstar. Any capacity, I enjoyed every second of it. And yeah, if they called me, I'd be thrilled to death. And as far as music goes, if you like country music, and this is like Chris Stapleton, all right? So he's current, but he's not pop. So many of these current country music artists are like pop stars now. I can't stand it. But Chris Stapleton is legitimately a country awesome singer. The Traveler, that album, you'll like every song on it, I promise you. If you don't, then I'm sorry. You will.
But you will. Great questions. Thank you. I will say country is huge here. Country music fans, show of hands. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Huge
I never
here.
heard of. I gotta check him out. I never heard of him.
Chris Stapleton, I'm telling you, I love
And
it.
you're any John Cougar Mellencamp fans here?
Yeah.
You're from the same town, right?
Yeah, that song's Small Town. I was born in a small town. That's where I grew up. Yeah. My town is really kind of cool in weird ways. So John Mellencamp is from my hometown. And the Reno brothers, if you guys get a chance, you gotta Google the Reno gang, the Reno brothers gang. The first train robbery ever in the United States was in my hometown. What are the odds of that?
Yeah, now you're robbing trains virtually. That is,
Yeah, right,
yeah.
It's
Something in your blood.
It's really crazy. And they're buried in my hometown. And there's so much history about it. And of course I love it because I'm like, what are the odds of this? This is crazy. But please look it up. And I hope you enjoy reading about it.
Yeah, give it a goog. Why not? Give it a goog. Is that so LA of me? I know. Hey there, how are you?
I'm good. My question is, who's your favorite side character or stranger encounter throughout the games?
Have you heard about all these?
I love this sun worshiper guy. That guy was hilarious.
Where they're all coming from?
He was awesome. There were so many good ones though, but that guy, I genuinely struggled not laughing while he was doing his thing. It was difficult. It was fun.
I didn't do anything with him because I get shot if I try and go into that part of the map. There's that crazy sniper. He's insanely good, you know. Apparently, there's a way you can get Arthur in there. You have to go into a stagecoach and then hide and have the camera a certain way. I don't know. But anyways, my favorite is the pig farming incestuous couple. They're hilarious. Fun fact, any GTA 5 fans here? Yeah, so the beginning of GTA 5, when like that prequel mission in North Yankton, and there's one guy who gets it in the throat and he gets wiped out with Michael and Trevor. Same actor as the pig farming good dude. Yeah, and they were hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing.
It's a fun fact. Thank you so much. It's a little Comic-Con exclusive right there. We're going to do these 3 final questions here. Howdy.
Picking up from the last question, what's your favorite mission in Red Dead 2?
Oh, that's tough. You know what I really liked is the last one, American Venom. Because when I worked on it for so long, but every once in a while, Rob and Ben who plays Dutch and Peter who plays Micah, they would say, oh yeah, we were doing an epilogue mission today. And I'd be like, don't tell me, because I don't want to know. And when I actually played it for the first time, the epilogue was the first moment where I didn't know what was going to happen. So for me, it's American Venom, getting revenge, taking out Micah. That was awesome. That was awesome.
I got through the first chapter, but again, I'm so bad. That's really all I've played. But I really did enjoy working on the house building stuff. Would that be considered a mission? I don't know. But that was really fun.
A hammer and a saw and a nail, and I'll build it.
Yeah. There actually was so much more of that too, and they have testers, people who play the games and give feedback, and they're like, yeah, this is really, really cool, but also it gets boring real quick, so we don't need that much of it. So a lot of that was cut out, but yeah.
I loved that part too, man. That was awesome. One thing Rockstar does really well is pacing too, because it can't be go, 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 go all the time. Every once in a while they know to just take a breath and you can just chill, there's not gonna be any O'Driscoll popping out from behind a tree or whatever, and you can just chill. Yeah, if I do say so myself, I really enjoyed playing the game. Yeah.
I think you're allowed to say that after all your hard work, for sure. Hey there.
Hey guys, can you guys talk us through the very first time that you both ever met, and can you recall how you guys felt at the time?
Sure. Well, it was total chance, but I took a break from gaming. I wasn't a gamer at all through my 20s. And then like 34, 35, I just picked up an Xbox 360 again. And I went into GameStop, I think it's Game over here, and I said, I like open world sandbox games. And he recommended Skyrim, and he recommended Red Dead Redemption. So I played Red Dead Redemption. And I finished the game about a month before my audition, just through pure chance. So I was like, this is the game I just played. You know, I wasn't sure. And then I met you pretty early on, and he was already a legend, you know, especially in Rockstar offices, you know. And they're like, oh, wait till you meet Rob. He's a really nice guy, which was true. But yeah, another thing to bring out the voice acting versus the performance capture thing. One of the first things we did together was the first mission where I rescue him from the wolves. I had to lift Rob up on my shoulder. You don't do that in voice acting. He's not a small man. And yeah, I was like, freaking hell, hey, nice to meet you. Okay. But this guy is such a gentleman. He's nicer than me. He's one of the best men I know. And I was a little starstruck when I first met him. And we were just chilling out in the green room in our spandex with all the balls on and stuff. And he's old hat at this. I'd only done it a little bit before. I was like, holy cow, man, so nice to meet you. Oh, I loved your game, man. And now you're one of my best friends. But yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah. And he definitely made it more awesome.
Yeah, I remember very well too the first day, and yeah, he had to pick me up, which I thought, I'm sorry, you know, this wasn't my choice, but also I can't help you because they're gonna know if I'm trying to help you, they'll look at it, and then we'll just have to do it again. So it was terrible.
I remember at the time though thinking, oh my God, so this is how he get his scars. That's really cool.
I didn't want to know that. Probably. But yeah, I do remember. So first of all, I was in the hotel before the game, you know, walking out through the lobby to get a card and get over there, and Ben Davis was behind me, and I didn't see him because
that's Dutch.
Yeah, but he said, "Hey," and I turned around. He's probably 50 feet behind me, and he goes, "I'd know that walk from anywhere."
You ought to stand a little few feet up that way as well.
So it was great because I knew Ben, obviously from the first game, and we rode over together, and we got to the location, and we saw so many familiar faces working before. It was awesome. And then I met Roger, and then I got to see Roger work because the way the studio was set up was the green room. There was a glass. Like you could see right into the stage.
Docs are looking good.
And so I remember sitting there watching, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is so cool. And I went home that night and called my wife, and I said, this game is gonna be so good. This is so awesome. So yeah, Roger acted like he had done it for 20 years. So I definitely learned a lot from watching him, no doubt. But yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys.
I see 2 questions. If we make them brief, we can get to our 2 final questions here. Thank you, guys.
Hi, I was just wondering, the bond between Arthur and John throughout the game, like how it develops, does it relate to like how you two are in real life?
No. Because Arthur doesn't like John for a while. He always likes John, but he's resentful of John. And we don't know why until we get really deep into the game, because John has what Arthur lost. And at first you're like, Arthur's very resentful of John. He's like, oh, fucking John Marston. And you're like, well, what? But we don't realize why until we get deep into a few chapters of the game. And I never had that resentment for Rob at all. I'll never forget the first few pages. Not only did I have to lift him up on my shoulder, but I also had to trash talk him and talk dirty to him. And I'm like, I can't say this to John Marston. There's no way. But that's the relationship that Arthur and John have. And I think at the end of the game, we know that Arthur always loved John. But yeah, I don't resent this guy at all. Arthur totally resented John for a while there, And we don't know until we find out what Arthur lost.
I agree with what he said. No, we don't have the same kind of relationship as they do. But we've done some, I was thinking, I don't know what reminded me of it this morning, but remember the polar plunge thing we did?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So
we went to Coney Island in February. It was about 40 degrees. It wasn't, yeah, it was cold.
We did this polar plunge. I don't know if you ever heard of one of these things, but we went and swam in the ocean in February, and it was so cold. I don't even know.
Then
why
we went and had a great Russian meal afterwards.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
Yeah, in Brighton Beach. There's loads of Russians in Brighton Beach. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. There was a group. It was like an organized event, and we went out on the beach, you know, and you're freezing cold because the air is cold because it's winter. And we got in like a giant circle, and everybody did this weird chant.
Who wakes you up?
Then you go into the water, and it was so cold. And I remember thinking, like, I don't want to do this at all. This is terrible, but I have to do it because he's in front of me. And so I kept following him. And Roger, as he would get deeper and deeper, the waves would lift him up, and he would go, "Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal." And I don't know if I was laughing and I was probably crying and everything at the same time. It was one of the most ridiculous experiences ever.
It was great.
Eyes are looking
But
good.
things like that.
Yeah, but also when we were working on Red Dead 2 together, it was a long time. It was half a decade.
Yeah.
And we had NDAs, so we couldn't talk about it with anyone except each other. So, you know, we got very intimately familiar with the story, and we were all on the same page. And, you know, the NDA is kind of a double-edged sword, you know, because you can't talk about it with anyone. But with the cast, you know, we could talk about it with each other. So we got intimately familiar with the script, and I enjoyed that. That was great. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Family members would say to me, like, "Oh, what are you doing at the moment?" I'd say, "Yeah, I'm working on a video game. I can't talk about it." And I said this for 5 years. It got to the point where cousins were saying to me, "Look, Raj, it's okay if you're not working. We know it's hard being an actor. You don't have to lie to us."
Give up the joke.
And then the posters started showing up, and they're like, "Oh, okay."
Thank you so much. We have a final question here.
Hi. Of course, motion capture was a huge part of making Red Dead 2 in particular, and of course, I'm sure it was fantastic. But what would both of you say be like the toughest or like most like grueling scene to record with motion capture?
Oh, that's easy for me. Yeah, crouch. So, crouch running, crouch walking. I had to do this. We both did, because we're both playable characters, so we're doing this for 3 days. But yeah, you gotta do it like that, and then you gotta do it fast, and then you gotta do it stealthily, but still fast, but stealthily. Then you gotta do it with one gun, then you gotta do it with 2 guns, then you gotta do it with a rifle, then you gotta do it with a shotgun.
Oh, it was terrible.
I think that was it, although it's still a lot. My thighs, dude, everybody says, what was the hardest part of Red Dead? Crouch running.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it.
And so many games, you know, they'll get a different actor to do all the in-game animations, but that wasn't the case with Rockstar. So when Arthur walks, that's me. When John walks, that's Rob. And you can tell, I can tell, I know your walk. I know your walk like the back of my hand, man. And I swing my arms more, you stick your chest out more, you know, and I was really grateful that we had that ownership over our characters, because so many studios don't do it that way. But to answer your question, crouch running, what was the hardest part for you?
Yeah, that definitely was the hardest part, I agree. But there was another fun thing I got to do, because you got the performance capture suit on, they can make you look like any character they want to. I got to be one of the night folk. You remember those?
They're terrifying.
Yeah, and I don't know if they kind of were giving me, well, they didn't love my night folk performance. They didn't love it, but it was so funny because I'm running back and forth on this stage. You know, they gave me like direction, like you're half man, half wolf, half whatever. You're like a crazy guy, whatever, and I was like, ah. So I would think that kind of thing would move like this, and then they fine tune it, you know. And but I remember like the directions they were giving me. They were like, you know, like your hands when you're doing it. Can you be like just a little? Can you be like just a little more wolfish? And I was like, yeah, what? So
I was a bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you, like, I think there's a few moments in the game where you come across a guy who's caught in a bear trap. And if you don't do anything, maybe just hang around and watch, a bear will eventually come and maul him. I was the bear. And they're like, I'm shaking this stunt guy as hard as I can. I felt awful. But then at the end, what was really funny is because, like, in mocap, you do what's called a T-pose at the beginning and end of every scene. It's kind of like the mocap version of a slate, like, take one, you know? So we would do this. There was always a big screen up on the wall where we would see what the actual environment was, you know? The animators would show us what it looked like in-game. It was a rough version, but we got the idea. And the funniest thing you've ever seen is a bear doing a T-pose. So at the end, like, I'm during the scene, I'm like, I don't think they used my audio. And then cut.
Love that. Great question. Thank you so much. You guys have been awesome with the questions. And we want to say thank you to Roger and Rob for not only making memories in the game, but making memories here in Wales with all your adoring fans. Please show your appreciation for your cast of Red Dead Redemption, Rob and Roger. Thank you so much. Yes, Belfast, keep that applause going for these fabulous panelists we have today. Looking fabulous. Who's here for the first time at a panel? Any first timers? Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna ask a few questions and fangirl for a moment, then we're gonna put the microphone right in the center of the hallway there. Give it up for Aaron, everybody. Getting those steps in, and then we'll take some questions from you guys. But first of all, how have you been enjoying Comic-Con Northern Ireland so far?
I mean, I love Ireland. Yay! I love working with Monopoly, I love meeting the fans, and I love hanging out with these guys. So, all in all, it's a 10 out of 10.
How's it been for you guys? Having fun?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's been great. It's been great meeting everyone. A little bit warm out there, huh? Yeah, that's just how I like it. Yeah, it's been awesome.
How's the fan interaction been for you guys? I know there's so many people here that are so happy to see you come all this way, but how's it been yesterday and today?
We are constantly overwhelmed by you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Red Dead's 5 years in October, and you guys are still coming out and showing us your appreciation. It means the world. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Outlaws for life.
Well, there we go. My next question was going to be about all of our cosplayers, and I see many in the crowd right now. Any of you guys can answer this. What's it like to see someone cosplaying as your character?
It's overwhelming. I think everyone does such a good job with it too, and so we've seen you know, so many cool pieces of art that have been created and shared between everybody in this community, and you're all very supportive of each other, and you're all very talented. So thank you for sharing all that.
I know Peter's been tweeting about some cosplay that he's seen. How's it been seeing all the cosplayers?
Well, I don't see a lot of Micah Bell cosplayers, but the ones that I do are awesome. There was a guy yesterday, a little guy, I think his name was Oscar, about this high, had the mustache, had everything. It was awesome to see that, so super fun. Yeah, once in a while, people get it right. You know, you see the cosplayers like these guys, you know, but I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in seeing things that I can relate to, like Micah Bell. So thank you for that.
Well, at every yes, that deserves a round of applause. At every Comic-Con, we usually have a game situation dedicated to all of our gamers. Before you were cast in Red Dead Redemption 2, were you a gamer? And if so, what were you playing?
Yeah, I totally was a gamer when I was a kid. My dad would be screaming at me to get off the Nintendo. I remember Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and all of that stuff. Then I took a big break after college, and then I got back into it again. And it had been so long, I walked into a GameStop. I said, what games should I get? I like open world stuff, you know? And he recommended to me Skyrim and Red Dead Redemption. And I played Red Dead Redemption, and I fell in love with that world. And then a month later was my audition for Arthur.
Wow. That is a full circle moment right there.
Yeah.
Wow. What about the rest of you guys? Were you gamers, or are you now?
I did when I was younger. Yeah, I had a Nintendo and played. I think it was like, is NES the first Nintendo? Does that sound right? I think so. It came with Super Mario Brothers, which I loved, and then I started playing whatever we could get. My friend and I, we played tennis. We played the basketball. I forget what that one was called. So I can't remember. It's been so long, but yes. I used to be a gamer, and I loved it. And then I guess I got involved with other things, and it fell off. And now I want to be a gamer again. I don't have the best, I've got 2 young kids and a wife and a job, and so it's hard to get back into it. But one day, I'm going to really enjoy it again. I know I will.
I was a gamer, yes, and still sometimes play. I started with Nintendo, as most of our generation did. And then I remember loving Donkey Kong on Sega. And then I would play Rockstar games, Grand Theft Auto, and it sort of fell off in my mid-20s, I guess. And then when I got the audition, I didn't know what it was for. And when I got the job, I didn't know what the job was. It was called something else. We signed these non-disclosure agreements, so I thought maybe it was like something for Apple or something. You know, they keep things real tight-lipped. And I showed up to the address, and I saw the Rockstar logo, and my jaw nearly hit the floor. And I was like, but I couldn't tell anyone, which was really frustrating. Because I was freaking out inside. And yeah. But obviously, I mean, Red Dead Redemption is the best game, so.
Yeah,
I agree. Okay, we're going to ask you guys to go ahead and line up at this microphone if you have questions. But as they do that, final question for me, just between us, when you play the game, how good or bad are you at it? I'm terrible at it. I prefer to watch. My husband is a huge fan. We were saying back there, it's a visually stunning game. The cinematography, everything's beautiful. But when you play the game, are you good or bad?
Well, I mean, I play for high honors, but I'm not particularly good anymore at playing. I get too intense. And so my hands start to cramp. And I'm notorious for getting proper blisters. Because I can't do it casually, you know? I bring that same energy into the game. Just can't get really great at it. Nope.
I like to Sands and Eagle. You can find a little narrow alleyway and start misbehaving, and then the cops come, and you can create a whole mountain of cops. Yeah? And then that brings the honor quite down.
That's exactly what I go into that area, and you can get to the rooftop.
And they can't touch you.
And just take people out.
You can create a whole mountain of them. And then you go back, and then you catch a few fish and throw them back, and then that brings your honor back up again.
Honorable. I actually did not even know that you could be good in the game because my husband was being so naughty in it. I said, why are you shooting all these people? Hilarious. Let's go to the fans now, you guys. Let's get interactive with you. Here's a question right here.
Hey, so in the first Red Dead, there is a DLC called Undead Nightmare. If you could have a DLC for Red Dead 2, what would it be?
That Undead Nightmare was really good, wasn't it? Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I don't know. Maybe aliens? Aliens would be fun. Werewolves. What if there was a time machine, and Arthur and Micah could go back to any point in time that they wanted to, or Sadie and Charles Smith, or Rob and his family. I don't know. Like Rockstar, DLCs have kind of changed now because it used to be a thing that you would buy physically, and now they're usually just add-ons on digitally, you know, on the online sections of the game. So I don't know, but all I do know is Rockstar have never come out with a game that I haven't liked.
Yeah, I think a good DLC would be where they just have like boring office jobs. That's me though.
Makes sense. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Howdy. Red Dead 2 is obviously such a massive experience. There's so much of the game that a lot of players don't get to see, and that includes a lot of the dialogue. For any of you, is there a scene or a line of dialogue that you loved that you feel like people don't really talk about enough?
You know, a lot of people come up to me and they say that the scene that Arthur does with Sister Calderon really means a lot. I do hear that quite a bit, but I really enjoyed when I got the pages for that. I really enjoyed doing it because you don't often see a cowboy open up like that. You know, the Western genre has evolved over time. Back in the old days with John Wayne, there were black and white hats and you were a good guy or a bad guy. And then it got a little bit more subtle and complicated. And to see Arthur actually say that spoilers, to see Arthur say that he's scared of dying, I think that's not something that we had seen in Westerns a lot before. So that was really cool to do that.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you so much.
Oh, there we go. Hi. I remember seeing a clip from a panel a while ago where Roger, you said that in the end credits scene where Mary Gillis is visiting Arthur, it wasn't actually Mary's motion capture artist, but it was you who did that. I was wondering if anybody else had done any motion capture or voice acting for a character like other than their own in a Rockstar game or other Red Dead games.
Now we could sacrifice our precious
I was one of the night folk.
Of course.
Those little creepy guys running around.
You know what to do.
And it was so fun.
Cornwall didn't get where he is with hugs
You know,
and kisses.
I don't know what
Just
night
try
folk
not to
look
get
like.
killed.
So you're like half wolf, half person, whatever. And so we're hunched over and we're doing these crazy run things. And they're like, "Can you do it again? Just a little more wolfish." And I thought, what? So I mean, it's pretty fun that you can do that. You can be anybody, right? You can be any character as long as you don't speak. Or they would say like, all right, so you're gonna do this for different cutscenes, right? Or different. Is that what I'm trying to say? Where it would be either you or Arthur or John.
Side mission,
right? So one of us would do the performance capture for that, and then the other one would just do voiceover stuff in the sound booth later. And so if it was me doing the performance capture part of it, I remember they always would say, "All right, just remember, don't walk like John, because it could either be John or Arthur." And I thought, I don't know. I've never really thought about how I walk. Nobody does, right? Sometimes, I would think, okay, now I'm trying to walk like Roger because I don't want to walk like me. Anyway,
I can tell. You walk with your chest out a little more, and I'm kind of more. I can tell sometimes, and it would be awful. It would be a lot of fun. So like, what Rob said to me, "Oh, Raj, I did a side mission today. Oh man, I wish you had done it. It was that one where the guy accosts you in the middle of the swamp, and he knocks you out, and you." Yeah, I didn't have to do that. Rob did that one. But I remember doing the when I did the voice for it afterwards, I was like, "Oh, poor Rob, man."
Thank you.
But there was loads of that stuff going on. Sometimes it was just who was in that day, and there was lots. As long as they didn't have any lines, you could stand in for literally almost anyone.
What ending of Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2 was the saddest?
What ending is the what, sorry?
Saddest.
Oh. Well, there's only one ending in Red Dead 1, right? I remember when that happened, when I played it, I couldn't believe it.
I would say 2. I think 2.
They were both pretty funny.
With John, it happened so suddenly, you're like shocked. But with Arthur, it's a slow burn and you see it coming. So it's 2 totally different ways to do it. But yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
God. I have a question for Rob. You were the one that started all this, so if you had to give any advice at the start before to any of these when they were going into Red Dead Redemption 2, what advice would you give them? Like, would you give them any advice?
Any advice to people that were characters in Red Dead 2?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I think that with performance capture, because now people are doing it all the time, but I know that when I started my first day of Red Dead Redemption, I had never been on a motion capture stage. You wear this ridiculous suit where, it looks like you're wearing a wetsuit. You've got a helmet on that pulls a camera out in front of your face that has a light on it. There's a lot of stuff that's different about being on a stage or on a movie set or whatever, because a lot of what you interact with is just your imagination. So I would say, be aware that you're going to be doing scenes with other actors, but you're going to also kind of be in a class at the same time. And so it was I think it was very challenging, but it was also, Rockstar does a really good job of making people they're very encouraging. So I guess I would just say enjoy the process and give them everything you got, because if you give them too much, they'll
Did you have to learn metaphors or learn how to teleport or anything like that before?
Yeah. I mean, I guess we did some things, I guess, that would be like motions, like grabbing a nail with a hammer or something like that, so they would have to do that kind of stuff, but like riding horses, we didn't have to, because they were able to do that, and I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I think it's, you gotta just do what you would do as if you were shooting a movie, because that's really kind of the way we all approached it, right? I mean, so, yeah.
Thank you.
I kind of need to go back to videos. So Roger, I remember in a cameo you once said, like, when you first started out in acting, you were quite arrogant, you were quite cocky about your ability. With the success of Red Dead and stuff, what advice would you give to your younger self and to other actors out there?
Oh my gosh. It's a tough industry, hard work and talent is no guarantee of success. And I would say that if you don't do it unless you have to, if you it's a much nicer hobby than a profession, because I realize how lucky I am. The first 10, 12 years of my career, I wasn't able to make a living as an actor. And it was really just a year or two before Red Dead where that actually started to happen. And I pinch myself every day because of it. But any advice I give to younger actors, work work. And if you make yourself a pleasure to work with, that helps too, to show up on time. Actors on set, they often have, in many ways, some of the easier jobs to do as long as they're prepared. You have to be prepared, and you have to face it like a professional, just like any other job. So, what do they say? Don't bump into the furniture and learn your lines. That's what I would say.
Thank you for literally everything, guys.
Thank you, too.
Great advice. Hiya.
Too close. Okay, so my question is for all of you. This year will mark 5 years since Red Dead 2's release, and 10 years or so since you guys started working together. The close friendships you have formed between you four and others not present is clear to see. So my question to you is there anything you'd like to share, whether it's lessons or nice things you have learned from each other, either during or after Red Dead's production?
Well, I have nothing nice to say about you.
Peter was on board Red Dead 2 before I was, and he was there on my first day. And and I thought to myself, man, I thought working for Rockstar Games was going to be fun, but now I'm not so sure. No, but he was there, and he'd worked with Rockstar before with LA Noire, right? And he said, yeah, they're a good bunch of guys. I had done mocap before, but not with Rockstar. So I was fascinated. I love the medium, and I love to see the way the technology keeps advancing in it. It's really interesting. It's a great way to work. But having someone like Pete in on the first day was really cool. And we did that scene with the big shadow, tiny tree. That was like one of the first things I did. And having a colleague like Peter to bounce off of was really meant the world, And yeah, I think that was awesome. And then getting to know everyone over the years. I mean, 5 years we worked on that game. Kids were born, and I often say sometimes it would take 3 years to finish a scene. Some guy would come in and he'd be like, oh, yeah, I remember you. We worked on another video game together like 2 years ago, didn't we? Yeah, it's the same game. He's like, what? Yeah, not only is it the same game, it's the same scene. Okay? It's the same scene. We have to finish it now. So they would show us and refresh our memory, but we became a gang. I mean, we couldn't help but become a gang because we worked together for 5 years. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be, it was a long time. Games take a long time nowadays.
Yeah, we're really lucky though. I mean, it's rare that there isn't at least like one bad egg. And, we all get along so well and we love each other and,
It really shows what's all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. You look awesome. Hiya.
Hello. Thank you for coming. So I finished playing this game last week for the first time, and let me just say the emotions are still very raw and they're still very fresh. So off the back of that, my question is for all of you: on a scale of 1 to 10, how much beef do you have with Dutch Vanderland? Because I can't cope. Like, that story arc was just awful.
Yeah, it's so good that it's,
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm gonna go with a hard 8, maybe.
It's hard to answer because Ben and all of us just really loved our characters and really enjoyed playing them. And Ben will get asked questions, and I can tell that he knows that he needs to be responsible and answer the question. Like if he was sitting here right now, he would have to answer this question, but he does it in a delicate way where it's like, it like gives excuses for
Dodging, give me a number.
Yeah. So I don't even want to say anything bad because I know Ben and I know he's such a sweetheart that.
Well, Dutch. Everyone thinks I'm like the bad guy in the game. Dutch, I think, is more responsible for the downfall of the entire game.
A building when
Like,
it's
you were
already
easy to
built?
hate, but that one really like broke your heart.
Anyway,
Because like at the start he was like so family oriented, and it seemed like he loved everyone so much,
You're
and then
amazing.
he was just out for himself. He was just letting people get
Now
killed
it's
left,
over
right,
to
and
you.
center, and you're like,
Buyer's
why?
local, so
Yeah.
should be an easy enough
He
save.
was blinded by his love for me.
Fair, thank you so much.
Thank you. We hope you find peace. Just coping with it. Hi there.
This is a question for the audience, I guess. How long were you working on the game before you actually knew what it was?
Not long. I mean, my second audition, I kind of knew. They asked to wear boots and have a Western drawl for the audition. Even after the first audition, I was suspicious. The second audition, I was almost certain, but I didn't want to ask. And then it was like on the first day of the job, I went, "This is Red Dead, right?" And they're like, "Yes."
You had more than one audition?
Yeah, I had two. Two or three, I think. And then they didn't actually offer. I mean, then there was a couple of days in the volume too where I wasn't offered a contract yet, and they were just kind of seeing who works, see how well I bounced off some of the more established characters that had already cast in the thing. So yeah, there was a bit of the breathing space at the beginning, but yeah, there was about 2 auditions, I believe. And the second one was at Rockstar's offices in New York. And I kind of knew from then, but I didn't want to ask. I didn't know for certain until like my second or third day on the job.
Thank you.
Hiya.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for coming, guys. Great to see you.
Thank you.
So my question is, for the fans of Red Dead Redemption 2, they formed strong attachments to the characters. How does it feel to know that your performance has created such an impact and experience emotions on those people that are playing the game?
I mean, it's the best feeling in the world, you know, truly. I think we all put our hearts and souls into these characters. We love our characters, as Rob was saying. So to get to share that with somebody else who's, you know, appreciating your work and being moved by it, it's pretty much the reason, at least I became an actor, you know, is to inspire, give people permission to feel things. You know, I joke, but I really mean it. Like, we have tear ducts for a reason. It's important to feel things. It's like, that's what you want. Yeah, it's the best feeling in the world.
To see also the community of fans and how many fans have connected with each other. Such a positive, overall positive, super positive community of fans, the likes of which I have never experienced before. And that's hugely inspiring.
Yeah, it really is unbelievable to be lucky enough to be part of something that's appreciated by so many. It's what every actor wants. You know, it's amazing. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
I just was going to say, there are so many things that I've heard from meeting fans that I never anticipated. Like, this game brought our whole family together, and we all enjoy hanging out together and playing it. And just that kind of thing, when you're making these games, that never crosses your mind. You just hope people think it's as badass as it's supposed to be, or whatever, you know what I mean? But I'm so happy that I hear that from people, because how great is that, you know?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey guys, how you doing? I just want a question for me is, are there any lines within Red Dead Redemption that stand out to you? Anything that's funny or anything that's really gets you?
You smell like your shit took a shit.
You must be
I've
new
got another
around
question
here.
for Rob just briefly. Do you think I can hear you say Bill Williamson?
Take a look.
Bill Williamson.
What about a hello, Dutch?
Hello, Dutch.
Thank you very much, guys. Hope you enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Awesome cosplay. And here's some more. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. I was the Molly that you guys saw yesterday.
Your artwork
is
is
a
amazing.
real favorite
It was so
around here.
touching. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. When I was speaking to you, Peter, you mentioned how you didn't know that
I get
Micah was going
plenty
to be
of
the
people
traitor
coming
until a
in
year,
just
I think
for
you
that.
said, into working on the game.
I feel it may have been that long, yeah.
And I was just wondering, because that seems like such a huge part of Micah. Were there any other big plot or character aspects like that that you didn't know until a considerable time into working on the game?
Well, I mean, for me, that was the big one. When I was taken aside and they said to me, now don't tell anyone, don't tell your fellow castmates, but Micah may be heading in this direction. Don't change
There are
anything that
some
you're doing,
desperate people in this town.
but be aware of that.
You may want to
And I don't
stock
know.
up
I don't
now.
think I really kept. It wasn't a secret then for very long, was it?
Here you
There
go.
was always a bit of antagonization going on, but yeah, there was this basic skeletal structure of the story, but the writers allowed themselves enough space to be able to adapt and change as our strengths and weaknesses became more clear in the performances. So we didn't really kind of know. We would get our
Very
pages 2 weeks in advance, but we had no idea. We knew where we were going, but we didn't know how we were getting there.
Did you know that when you were going to get TB?
That was in the first month of the job, I found that out. But I didn't know how he was going to die, but I knew he contracted TB, yeah. And then I was Googling when they found the cure for TB. And then I knew, okay, that's not good.
Thank you so much.
That is a real favorite around here.
Hi. Very nervous right now, but I'll keep myself together. As you can see, I'm dressed up as Ice Williams from Evil Dead, and I'm wondering, what is your favorite horror / favorite film of all time?
The Exorcist, that movie, I'm still scared from that movie. I watched it when I was a kid with my friends at one of the kids' houses, and we had to walk to the other kid's house through the woods at night, and I was probably 5th grade. I still don't want to watch that movie ever again.
Evil Dead 2 is awesome.
You know the score.
Evil Dead 2 is better than the first one.
100%.
Yeah. All right, Jaws. Jaws is an excellent film too. Yeah.
I don't know if this falls in the same category, but Alien?
Yeah.
Yeah, huge. I saw a big thumbs up back there. Yeah, a huge Alien fan. So yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, Fire in the Sky, which is based on a true story, potentially. I don't know if that's Fire in the Sky.
Oh yeah.
Terrifying.
I forgot about
that. Right?
Yeah, that's super scary. There's a super scary alien sort of abduction scene in that, which is terrifying. Yeah. Wow.
Thank you very much. All 4 of you at the panel, have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello. My question is for all 4 of you. If you had the option to act as any other character in the game, who would you choose and why?
Please.
I don't think I'd want to be anybody else. You know what? Maybe a day as Dutch, just to see what having that kind of commanding presence in that capacity would be like.
I'd like to be Colm O'Driscoll because then I could pronounce my own name properly.
I think it would be fun to be almost any of them, but it's hard to pick one because, again, of the real relationships we formed with the people that play these characters. I don't think anybody else should play those characters but those people.
Yeah, I would love to take a turn at anyone at some point just to experience that for a moment, you know? No, who am I kidding? I'd rather just play myself, yeah.
Thank you.
Hey there.
Wstaniesz z celi dędzi.
Question for Alex. How did Sadie get her scars?
Such a good question. There are scars from different fights. I mean, you should definitely see the other guy. But absolute bear fight. 100%.
Nice.
She needed a new coat, you know?
Thank you.
That's fair. Hiya.
Howdy. I have a question for Rob. How did it feel when you found out you were going to be able to reprise your role as John Marston in Red Dead 2?
It was awesome. I got a call from the director who asked me if I'd be interested in doing some more work, and I said, yeah, I'd love to. And so, on Undead Nightmare, they had somebody, I really should learn this guy's name because I've told the story too many times to not know, but they had one of the playable characters from a GTA that was made before Red Dead Redemption come and play a character on Undead Nightmare that was obviously not the same character. It was just this real crazy character, and they were like, come back, play this character, and we'll hang out and enjoy just a few more days of performance capture together, and come do it. And the guy said, yeah, of course I want to do that. And they really had a great time. So when I got called, I assumed that that's what they were asking me if I wanted to do, because I already knew the story of my character, right? I thought, well, yeah, but yes, I'd love to do that. And so a month went by, 2 months went by, whatever. This is right as GTA 5 was being released, and it turned out to be such a bigger success than they anticipated they told me that was their holdup on getting back to me. Just trying to maintain everything that they were doing with that. But eventually I learned it was a prequel, and I couldn't have been happier. I mean, I would love if they did the same thing again. I'd be as happy again. I just didn't ever expect it, I guess, is really the thing. But yeah, it was amazing. Of course, I would do it every day if I could, and be happy as can be.
Thank you. And real quick, Roger, can you cough for us? Thank you so much. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
All four of you and the entire Red Dead cast have put countless hours into portraying and bringing to life these amazing characters. And whether it's voice acting or motion capture, I just love to know, what is the most fun moment that you've had on set?
We pretty much always have fun. But I would say the mission in the balloon, I just laughed so hard. Yeah, you know, all of the women in the game had to wear heels, so trying to climb up the air balloon ladder thing was really difficult. I think I fell once or twice. Yeah, I just remember laughing and almost every day on set at some point.
Yeah, I feel like I would get in a little bit of trouble from laughing and joking around a bit, so I would get scolded.
You made everyone else laugh. You made me laugh all the time.
But one of my standout scenes that I feel like that I was fond of and that was intense and fun was, of course, your final moments, because we had to, you know, we did the different versions of those endings, and that was a couple of intense days. Yeah. And amazing to watch him deliver those final breaths, especially the high honor one where he's just crawling. It's really the saddest one, right? And the way he's breathing and coughing, that was a special moment for me. But no, that was great.
I remember there was one mission pretty early on, I think in Valentine, where you have to rescue Karen from a John who's getting a little too aggressive. And if you go into the wrong hotel room, there's a guy on the can trying to move his bowels. And we mocapped it, so there's this guy in spandex sitting on a frame meant to be a toilet, and he's making the appropriate sound, and I kept disturbing him, and that was one of I couldn't stop laughing. That was a lot of fun.
I worked with the Sun Worshipper. I did that side mission, and that guy was hysterical. He loved that role so much, and he was so good at it, and I loved it too, but I had to, you know, pretend like it wasn't funny at all. But that was one of my favorites.
And just one final thing, Roger, could you possibly give us a Lenny? Thank you so much, you guys.
I've got a question for all.
Supplies are looking healthy right now.
Beans.
This is good quality.
I love jelly beans. Thank you. I've gotten a few off of you guys as well, and thank you very much. In fact, I've gotten so many jelly beans, I wish I had said whiskey.
This is for Roger. Could you say you, sir, are a fish, please?
You, sir, are a fish.
Thank you.
Greetings there. Just bear with me a moment. Whew. John Marston, Martha Morgan, Micah Bell, and Sarah. My question is, and it's something I've always wanted to know, does Uncle have lumbago?
You know, lumbago is a very serious condition. I'm sure, you know, it's not something, people, you know, he gets a lot of stick for it, you know. Yeah, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does have lumbago. Probably has a bit of gout as well.
Thank you. Can I get a lemon? Thank you. Have a good one.
I will say this is going to be our final question, guys. We're running out of time. Sorry, this will be our final one. Hiya. No pressure.
Howdy. This is for Roger and Rob. Before Red Dead Redemption 2 and 1 came out, did you know that Arthur and John would have the impact on fans that they do today?
No idea. In fact, I think that Red Dead Redemption was a huge risk for Rockstar Games. Like, they kind of bet a lot on it, and luckily it worked out the way that it did. But no, never anticipated anything. Of course, I was a gamer when I was younger, and then I stopped playing, so I didn't realize what it was that I was part of. But I did know that the company was hoping for a successful release. Thank God they got it. But no, I never anticipated any of this at all.
Yeah, I kind of knew, because I love John Marston too, and I loved playing as John Marston. And nothing wrong with Jack, but when I took over as him in the epilogue in the first Red Dead, you miss John, you know? And I knew that was going to carry over when Arthur was introduced in his first trailer. So I just was hoping that we would be as successful as the first one. And I think we achieved that, so I'm over the moon.
And Rob, before I go, can you say you eat babies?
You eat babies!
You guys have been amazing. Any final words for your fans here in Belfast? I'll start with you, Alex.
It never ceases to amaze me how wonderful you all are, how creative, how just awesome. I mean, truly, we have the greatest fans, hands down. I'll fight anyone who wants to come at me and say that they do, because it's the Red Dead fans.
Thank you all. Yeah, the most thoughtful fans ever. Amazing. Thank you.
You guys are the best. As a Sligo man, it's great to be back. Outlaws for life, we love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Great questions, everybody. And keep that applause going for the cast of Red Dead Redemption 2.
You guys, take a seat. Hello. First of all, how's Scotland been treating you? Alex, have you been here before?
I have. The first time I was here, I spent, I think, a week and a half, and it was 16 years ago.
16?
Yeah.
So have you seen anything nice so far?
I mean, I've seen these guys.
They're very nice. 10 out of 10. What about you, Ben? Are you having a good time in Edinburgh?
Delightful time. I mean, this is amazing. Seeing everybody is amazing. And I'll just say...
So, I kind of, I got away from it, and I just never really made my way back. And I'm sorry. I don't know if I need to apologize when I say that I'm sorry. I'm not much of a gamer, but I want to be. So someday.
If you meet Rob, you can school him in video games and do a few recommendations. Ben, what about you?
I started with, I think, Pong I played when I was very little, wee, as it were. Had an Atari 2600, stopped playing for Sega Genesis.
Yes.
Beat Echo the Dolphin, that was a great game.
I think they called it the Mega Drive over here, didn't you? The Sega Mega Drive, yeah.
Yeah, Echo, that was fun. And then I sort of stopped until the N64 came out and I saw Super Mario and I was like, that's new. And I got one of those and I've been playing ever since. I still don't have a PS5, so if anybody works for Sony, I could use a PS5 with a disc drive, please.
Okay, right. It's very demanding. One of our most demanding panel guests. Finally, Alex, what about you? Were you a gamer?
Yes and no, off and on. I definitely played Super Mario, Donkey Kong, things of that nature. I loved arcades. And then in college, I really fell in love with this little company called Rockstar. And I was playing GTA and some of their older games, and then kind of put it down until, well, until I figured out what we were doing and then got to play it.
I wanted to ask, I mean, the writing is incredible in Red Dead. And I think that, you know, in general, games have really stepped their game up. Their game up. Sorry, granny jokes. But, you know, I wanted to ask you guys as actors, when you're reading a script and you get an impression of your character and the feel of the story, does that change for you when you go to actually play the role and you start to interact with your sort of fellow actors? Does it change a little bit, and can you change the role itself, make it your own, I guess?
Well, I think the dynamic always changes when it's in real life and your
Dogs are looking good.
your energy is melding with somebody else's energy. But this video game, unlike movies, for example, we didn't get a proper script. So it was not a whole piece of what the story was. We just got bits. And that made it really interesting to figure out exactly how you wanted to play any given moment because you didn't really know the context. Well, not really until the end. And then that was pretty great. And typically, you don't film in sequence, so it's not linear. But luckily, you know, some of my favorite things that happened towards the end of the game actually they happened at the end of filming, and that made it really special.
Would you agree with Alex, you guys?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, you can have an idea about a character, and until you're opposite your scene partner, if you're set in what it's gonna be, you're not really acting. You gotta react to what you're getting. And it is the thing about the game, we all depended on each other. And Dutch is not just Dutch in a bottle. It's in relationship to Arthur and to John and to Sadie, and we all built this world together.
I guess it's that way, like in real life, you know, your thoughts, feelings, experiences change as you interact and meet with people. So I wanted to ask, in general, because I have to say, the Red Dead fans are absolutely amazing. They are so lovely.
Absolutely.
Woo! God,
The
you guys
best.
are so nice. Lovely fans. I wanted to ask, like, what do people identify with or say to you in terms of, you know, the love of the characters that you play when they meet you? What is it they're kind of like connecting to? We'll go to the other end now. We'll start with Roger.
You know, one thing I never anticipated, because my dad would always be screaming at me to get off the damn thing, you know, but so many fathers and sons and fathers and daughters would come up to us and say how much their love of Westerns brought them together over Red Dead and playing it together, and I never anticipated video games to be doing that and bringing families together, especially over the last 2 years that we all went through when everyone was stuck at home. That really blew my mind. I didn't expect that, and that's a real pleasure to hear. You know, it's an honor.
But you, Rob, do you want to add anything else? Like, what are people connecting to when they kind of meet you and they talk about your character?
A lot of people tell me that playing the games got them through a really tough time, and that again is something that I don't know that any of us really expected. But they're so happy that we were part of something that people were able to lean on during a tough time, because we all go through tough times, and so it's really special when you know that you're a part of something that helps somebody else.
You guys want to add anything?
Well, just so many people see themselves in the characters in the game, and it's such a large world. There's so many different kinds of people inhabiting it, but I love the community of people that I get to meet, and so the game has sort of helped them on their own, but then the love of the game has connected them with each other, and it's created this amazing community that I was just saying earlier. To be a small part of that is beyond what any of us anticipated.
Absolutely. Alex, why do you think that is? Like, I mean, people love movies and TV shows as well, but do you think it's the immersion? Is it because of that immersive experience in video games, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I see particularly Red Dead being this immersive experience. So it feels like you're in a film, but you're interacting within it. And I think, you know, books for me, films, video games, they they reflect a part of you that you either already have or maybe want to have at some point. And I think we need those kinds of role models, and we don't always. So I've said this to a few people that have come up to talk to me, but even I sometimes have to channel my inner Sadie to get things done, to kind of boast myself up to handle things that sometimes feel like they're a lot to handle.
Now, I'm going to ask one last question, and before I ask it, I'm going to invite anyone who has a question to stand at this mic. Oh, I've seen you almost at every panel I've done. Mr. X-Men, he's right up. Everybody, please come stand up. Please don't be shy. We don't bite. Not always. Not unless you ask nicely. Please come and stand up. Now, we'll try and get through you all as much as possible, but before we get to the fan questions, I wanted to ask, if you were living in the Wild West for real, okay, what would you be doing? Would you be a hero? Would you be a villain? Would you be living the quiet life? Or would you be causing trouble? Alex, do you want to start?
I would be a bounty hunter.
Oh, yes.
So causing trouble for the right reasons.
Yes, hell yes. Okay, what about you, Ben?
I don't know. I'd be causing trouble for sure.
Okay, but two troublemakers here, all right? Okay, Rob, what about you?
I do construction work now, so I can only imagine I would do that then as well.
Transferable skills.
Yeah, build you a house. Who needs a chicken coop? Anybody want a chicken coop? I can build it for you.
Okay, and finally, Roger.
Well, you know, they didn't have the medical advancements back then that they do now. I don't fancy my chances, to be honest with you.
I'd just be playing guitar. I think I'd just be the bard. The bard? God, that's a different time period. Playing guitar of some sort. Very useless. Thank you very much. Can we first have a round of applause for the first half of this panel? Thank you. Now we have a long queue. Can I just remind you to ask one question only so that everyone gets a chance? Just one question. Hello, my friend. Nice to see you again. What's your name again? What's your question?
Thanks, Bailey. Hey, well, it's called Redemption's in the title, right? So I reckon, I mean, the beauty of it is you can play it whatever way you want, but I think High Honor's the way to go. I think High Honor, Helping John, that was the first ending that we did. And for me, I don't take my word for it, but that one for me is the main ending, I think, you know? That's the one that gives you the most rewarding end, or, you know, often when people come to my table, I'll say to them, which ending did you get? And they say, I got the good one. And I'll be like, what? There's a good one? But I know exactly what they mean. I know they mean the one with High Honor Helping John. And I agree with them. Oh, damn, it's both.
Thank you very much, Bailey. Thank you. Nice to see you again. See you later. Okay, my friend, what is your name and your question?
Can I swear?
Yes, it's my panel. You can swear.
I like when Dutch says, fuck you, then.
Thank you very much. Hello, friend. What's your name and what's your question?
My name's Wayne. My question is for Rob. So, during the whole game as you played, obviously you played with all the characters, but towards the end, all of them unfortunately die off. And I was heartbroken. I wanted to know how emotionally was that for you, towards the end, visiting each individual grave and that?
So, great question. Thank you for asking. The crazy thing is, like Alex said, we were given the script in bits, not in its entirety. But so, the bits that we got were also not in order. So we didn't really know what was going on. I don't know if that was a way for Rockstar to make sure that we didn't spoil anything, or who knows exactly why it was that way. But it's hard to know, you know, because you couldn't really understand the story until you've done so much of it. Then you could try and go back and piece it together. But I think Roger has an interesting story about visiting Arthur's grave.
Well, I don't want to... Spoilers. But yeah, you may remember at the end, after the epilogue, there's the credits, and there's a few scenes interspersed with the credits, and there's one bit where we see Mary Linton, standing by Arthur's gravestone. So the wonderful actress who plays Mary Linton, Julie Jesnick, she wasn't in that day, so I was Mary.
Thank you very much. Good answers. Hello, my love. Name and question.
I'm Kate, and this is kind of a question for all of you guys. So as you guys know, I started a podcast a couple years ago where I interview all of you guys and Noah North and things like that. Obviously, I would not have had the confidence 3 years ago to do it. But how does it make you guys feel when you have that Red Dead is basically made people have the creativity and free will to start creating all these different things?
Good question. Yeah, do you want to start?
I mean, it feels amazing because we spent 5 years putting our hearts and love into something, and to connect with people who have that same love for something that we're also fans of is pretty spectacular. And, you know, getting to meet all these incredible artists that have created incredible pieces of our characters and truly created things. I mean, somebody yesterday gave me the belt buckle I wear as Sadie, and I nearly burst into tears. I mean, it was just incredible. So, I mean, it feels, I think, as we were saying before, none of us could have anticipated this, and it's a great privilege to be a part of something so special.
Here, I agree.
You know, and another thing too is like, you know, we were only a small piece of the pie. It took a village. It literally took a village. There are thousands of employees at Rockstar Games that made us look good, and the way that we all were able to put all that work in together, I mean, that they deserve just as much credit as we do, you know, if not more so. Because even like with film, the actor's contribution to a video game is an even smaller part of the pie. But yeah, it was a lot of talented people.
But those thousands of people, you're now part of. I mean, all this art that you're all creating, the costumes you're creating, the stories that you're telling, you're all a part of it. You know, the canon is expanding because of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for everything.
Cheers, Kay.
Thank you. Hello, sir. What's your name and what's your question?
My name is Thomas. That's a question for all you. Out of the two games, what is your favourite? Like Red Dead 1 or Red Dead 2?
Uh-oh, you put them on the spot.
Like choosing between your, you know, children, or I think it's all one thing, honestly.
That's a very good question, though. But it's so hard to say. There were so many great memories and experiences from both of the from all of it, and these things keep coming. So yeah, I think it's too tough to choose, man. But that's a great question.
I'm biased. I'm gonna say 2.
Same.
There you go.
But it wouldn't have been a 2 if it wasn't for the amazing work of Rob and Ben. So that's worth remembering too.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. You look badass.
Oh, shut.
Hello. What's your name and what's your question?
So I'm Nick, and this is like another general question as well. But obviously, there's a lot of content in both games. But is there anything that you guys recorded that got cut, or that you wish had made it into the game that you feel like other fans would like to know about?
Good question. Who wants to start?
There was a mission killing bounty hunters on a train that we worked on.
I remember that. Yeah, there's loads of Boston fellas, wasn't it?
Couple of months we worked on that. Some bad-ass stuff in there. But the thing is, if it got cut, it's because it wasn't up to snuff. So, but that's an excellent question. Anything else?
There was a lot of things, you know. I'd be here all day, but
and you'll never be
as Ben said, you know, you gotta, when you're making a project that size, stuff does have to fall by the wayside, and it happens for a reason, you know. I think they had a very kind of skeletal outlook of what the story was going to be, but the amazing writers and the Rockstar team, they didn't commit themselves too much in advance, you know, because They wanted to see, oh, this actor's bringing this to the table. We didn't anticipate that. All right, let's focus on that. Or that thing that's not working quite as well as we did. So they allowed themselves the flexibility to be able to move forward and lean towards stuff that they found that was really good, and not pay so much attention to the stuff that perhaps didn't turn out like they wanted to.
Thank you very much. And you look amazing. Round of applause. Such a good outfit. Hello, my friend. Name and question.
Hello, I'm Chris, and I was wondering, if you could voice any other characters from fiction, who would it be? As you have some of the most iconic voices and probably the most fleshed out characters in all of gaming history.
Oh, great question. Who'd like to start? Alex, do you want to start? Should we go down this way?
Hello.
If you could voice, what is it? If you voice any other character in fiction. In general, go for it. That's a hard one.
General. That's why I was like,
Put you on the spot. Go on, Alex.
I don't know about.
Answer this very big question. Go for it.
Okay, yeah, start here. But in games or just
anything?
General, any character in his. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go with Cleopatra.
And I'll just say, our voices are in the game, but it's performance capture. It's acting. So it was all of us together. That being said, a character from history, thank you. question that I'd like to play Creon.
Nice. Rob, and then Roger.
Oh my goodness! You know what? I think Mario would be cool. Right?
You give Chris Cat a run for his money. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Rob, before Roger goes, can I ask you to go, it's a me?
It's a me.
There you go. What do you think? Sorry, Rob. Really convincing. Really convincing.
See, I've already got it. I'm ready.
Finally, sorry, Roger, go for it.
I got to meet one of my idols at this con, Peter Cullen. Y'all know Peter Cullen? Yeah. Optimus Prime. I would love to work with him. I'll give me a Transformer role. I'll be one of the Transformers.
Thank you. Thanks for your question. Thank you. Hello there. Love your T-shirt. Great movie.
Thank you.
Okay, name and question.
Hi, my name is Lucas, and I have a question for Rob and Roger. Since you both were the player character in the second game, and you both had to do hundreds of hours of content for the side missions, what were your favorite side missions to record and motion capture for?
Well, we shared that, yeah, because depending on what point of the game you choose to do them, it could be either John or Arthur. So we shared the mocap. So Rob would do, I think it was maybe a 60-40 split, but he would do the mocap for one thing, and then 2 or 3 years later, I would ADR it in the booth, you know, and vice versa. But some of the ones he did, and some of them I did. I enjoyed the one on the pig farm with the incestuous couple. That was a lot of fun. They were a great hoot. But one of the ones I'm really glad I didn't have to do, which this gentleman did, like a trooper, was that guy out in the bayou who invites, he's real friendly, and he invites you to come in for a little cup of tea or what have you. Rob called me one day and he said, Rog, you're gonna have to do ADR on one thing I did today, and well, all I'm gonna say is, I took one for you, partner.
So bad. That was so bad. The Sun Worshipper, I got to do that one. That was so funny. It was really fun because the guy was so good. And it was really hard not to laugh throughout the whole thing, but...
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Hello there, friends. Right up to the mic. What's your name? What's your question?
My name is Jake. I've got a question for Rob and Ben. Obviously, you two were in Red Dead 1, and then you came back for Red Dead 2. What was your initial thoughts and, like, feelings of coming back to it, and were you, like, worried you lost any ring rust on your voices?
I was really worried. One thing that happened, though, between the two games is I quit smoking. I used to smoke 2.5 packs a day when I was playing Dutch in the first one. And I think maybe because I quit smoking, I sound younger in the second game. But I showed up on the first day. I was really proud, you know, of the work that we had done on the first one. And I thought it was perfect, really. And that doesn't happen often. And I was afraid we were going to step on it. And we were going to maybe do something that Sully did. And on my first day, I went to our director, Rod Edge, and I said so. And he said, man, don't worry, it's going to be better. And he was right. He was often right.
Yeah, it was so great to know that I was going back to work with all these people that I enjoyed so much time with throughout Red Dead Redemption. And I realized that my character was much younger, but the little bit of the script that I got to start off, I didn't realize that he was just a punk, you know? Like, I mean, he was. And so it was really awesome to go back, and of course I loved playing the role of John, but this was almost like a different role altogether, because by the time you get to Red Dead Redemption, John's all grown up and not as much of a punk. Still a punk, probably, but in a different way. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, if they called me today and said be here tomorrow, I would be there in a second to do it again. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you look fantastic. Hello, what is your name and what's your question, my dear?
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I wanted to ask, what is the most meaningful or memorable moment for each of the characters throughout the game?
Oh, memorable moment. Alex, do you want to start?
Sure. Meaning or memorable? I mean, like, from Sadie's perspective or Alex's? Either. All right. They're probably similar. I think that last moment that I have with Arthur, it was actually really emotional. That was really beautiful. And I think the other one that comes to mind would be when I get my revenge on the O'Driscolls. It was a very, very intense scene to shoot, and it really felt like the culmination of something. And it was special, and it got a little weird, a little intense, and snot and tears and lots of screaming. And afterwards, I couldn't move my shoulder for about a week. It turns out that motion isn't one that I do often. So, yeah, that was pretty phenomenal. And then I think right at the end, just getting to boss John around.
Thanks. What about you, Ben?
That's a great question, Hannah. There's a really small moment in Guarma where they all lay down for sleep, and Dutch says, "I'm sorry." After everything that they've gone through, the bank to the shipwreck, and finally he says, "I'm sorry." And I figured that was the only chance I was going to have Dutch actually reflect on himself poorly and say so. And I don't know, something happened on that day. I'm very pleased with that moment. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. And what about you, Rob?
Oh, thank you, Hannah. So we did all this shooting. We had the schedule, we did all this stuff, and then at the very end, when they're done with the performance capture part of the production, they do what they call a glue shoot, where it's all these little tiny things that you have to fix. And it could be that they added a line, or you mispronounced someone's name, or weird little things that just need to be fixed, so that it's not like you're doing brand new scenes during this. You're just doing little things, so they can get it all wrapped up and into the system, and then they can finish up that part of it. Well, so one of the things that we did during that was the very last thing, actually, that I was part of on the performance capture stage, and I think you too. We did the scene where Arthur gives John his hat, and of course we all knew at that moment, I'm starting to get choked up right now just talking about it. We knew what that meant for the game, but we also, that was the end of the performance capture part. So that was like another part of it that was like, my goodness, we've been doing this for so long, and it's been such a grind, enjoyable, but like never saw the end coming for so long. And so for that very last scene, they brought everybody in the building onto the stage. And so if you're in clothes like we're in now that don't have the reflective markers on them, the cameras don't see you. So Roger and I were the only two on the stage that were in performance capture suits, but so many Rockstar employees that were never on the stage at any point all came down, and as soon as the director found the take that he wanted and said, "Cut, take that," and the whole place just kind of melted down. It was like such a celebration of how much we had accomplished at that moment, and also weight lifted off so many people's shoulders, and it was a really, really great moment for both of those reasons combined.
Finally, Roger, anything to add?
So my favorite bit is you might not play it, because if you don't do the Brother Dorkins missions in Saint Denis, it skips. But there's that moment with Sister Calderon at the train station where Arthur says he's scared, he's afraid to die. And that always hit me, because I never saw that in a Western before, and I thought that was very interesting, and I liked exploring that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks,
you very,
Hannah.
very much for the question. Thank
Cheers,
you.
Anna.
Cheers. Hello, with your name and question.
My name's Izzy, and I don't really have a question. When Roger mentioned that this game brings families together, my dad was last year, and it's been awful, obviously. And he passed before I got into Red Dead Redemption, just any inspirational things, anything to keep me going would be amazing.
Izzy, I'm so sorry to hear about that. I lost my dad too, you know, and I don't know if the pain ever really goes away, but you learn how to deal with it over time, you know? So give yourself time. Give yourself time and space. You know, I think that's the real important thing to do.
Thank you for being brave enough to stand up here and say that as well. Could we have a big old cheer? We're thinking about you.
You're looking healthy right now.
Sweetheart.
Thank you so much.
This is good quality.
Thank you. Hello there. What's your name and what's your question?
Hello, my name is Jenny, or Jenna the Outlaw.
I know you.
You know me,
I'm
don't
sure
you,
you
ma'am?
haven't forgotten it's
You're
my
in character
birthday.
again. Love
Of course
it.
I am.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, right, so my question is for all of you. If y'all had the opportunity to meet your respective characters in the real world, what would you have to say to them, and what would be your impressions of them?
And next year, we'll be millionaires.
Alex, I'm going to put you on the spot again. Alex is
Sorry,
going to hate
man.
me. God's sake, Claire. Go for
So
it.
if I met her or if I got to be her in the real world?
What if you had an opportunity to meet her in person?
Hey.
I think I'd be just looking in a mirror.
Oh, nice answer. All
Yeah,
right.
For impression, I think I could do a fair impression of Dutch. And I'd be scared of him.
Yeah, I think John would scare me. I think I would turn around and walk the other way and hope he didn't see me. That's what I would hope would happen, I think.
Ditto, man. I'd be like, you put your mask on and stay 6 feet apart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jenna. Incredible. Nice to see you. Hello, please come up to the mic. What's your name? What's your question, friend?
Hi guys, I'm Jack. My question's more, would I be able to get you all to have a video of you all saying hi to my pal? He was unable to come up today and he's a massive fan of Red Dead 2. He's absolute broken, but he couldn't come up.
Give me your phone. Let's do it real quick. What's your pal's name? Darren. Oh shit. Sorry, I've become a granny and I don't know how to use a phone. Okay, right.
Why don't we all say
We're
hi
on
to
the Red
Darren?
Dead panel. Look.
Hey, Darren. I lost your life.
Darren, why couldn't you be here, man? Everybody's disappointed in you, Darren. Here's John.
Darren, what's up, man? John is scared to death. He's all by himself, and, well, we'll take him under our wing, but you owe us one.
Yeah, and you owe your friend as well, man. Look, everybody give him a Lenny. Come on over next time, you lazy bugger. Huh?
Fantastic. Round of applause. There you go. I hope that's all right. God's sake, Darren. Jeez, oh.
Thank you everybody, that's amazing.
Thank you. All right. Hello there, friend. You look great.
Oh, thank you.
Name and question.
Howdy, my name's Sean. I was just wondering if you could tell us about the audition process.
The auditioning process. Okay. Any words of wisdom or anything to talk to say about the auditioning process?
The process in general or for us with Red Dead?
What you had to go through.
What you had to go through. Go for it.
I had no idea what I was going in for. I thought it might have been an Apple commercial because we had to sign a bunch of NDAs. Weren't allowed to talk about it, didn't get the sides beforehand, and I got about 20 minutes with a long monologue, and they told me to get into a room. I could walk around wherever I wanted. They said, can you do a southern accent? And I said, where from? And then went along from there, got one callback, and then was told where to show up, and did not realize who I would be working for until I got to the headquarters, and my jaw hit the floor.
Rob and I we didn't have to audition.
You know, when you start working in the video game industry, you start to realize that all of the games that you're auditioning for have the exact same name. They're all called Untitled Video Game Project. And that was no different for this situation, too. So, you know, obviously, you know, with a highly anticipated franchise like Red Dead, we don't want to spoil it for you guys, so it's very secretive. Yeah, they told me to show up in cowboy boots. And I didn't even know it was for Rockstar at first, but by about the second or third audition, I was like, this is Red Dead, right? And they're like, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we've only got time for 2 more questions, so got you, and then everyone will also have to sit down with you. But these guys are here all day, so make sure you go visit them, and you can chat to them then. I do apologise. So
like
just
that.
you
You're
guys,
far
and then
too
this
old
guy
for
behind
me.
me. That's okay. Everyone else, please take a seat. I'm sorry, we're on
hard
tight
to sit
schedule.
Come over to the table and you
Come
can
to
ask
the
them.
table. You can
Talking
speak to
of
them
which, we have a
personally.
batch ready to go.
Hello,
Got
friends.
some
What are your
buyers
names
lined
and
up
what's
not
your
far from
question?
here. So,
I'm Isaac.
over to you.
This is Ethan.
Go make the deal.
And we were going to ask, if Red Dead became a movie, which actor would you like to play as your character?
Us.
Us.
That's a great question. That is a
It is a
great
good
question, and thank you for asking. But yeah, I think that each of us, because we played the roles and we played them, we had performance capture suits on. We looked pretty ridiculous, by the way. We had cowboy boots and
I had heels.
gun holsters, and everything else was like spandex. So we looked pretty ridiculous when we were doing it, but we actually did it. So I think
I made it look good, man.
you did. Well, you did. But yeah, I mean, if they ever made a movie, I would love to have an opportunity to play John. Of course.
Quite an honor, though, seeing all these A-listers trying to throw their hat in the ring. They're gonna have to fight me for it, though. And I am a lot cheaper.
Thanks for your question, boys. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Last but not least, hello, what's your name, friend, and your question?
Hi, my name's Fabian, and I was wondering if I can get a bit of Roger showing ready.
Hurry up, get it ready.
I will deliver the phone. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, very old. Right, okay. There you go.
Well, hey there, Fabian. How you doing, boy? You want a Lenny? Here it comes. Lenny!
Thank you very much, guys. A round of applause for the people that asked the questions. Great questions. Now, I'm going to ask one last question, and then we're going to do a stage selfie. When I do the stage selfie, I want you all to stand up and like cheer, but I'll prompt you. Last thing I want to say to you guys, do you have anything to say, or would you like to say, to the lovely fans here at Comic Con Scotland? Sorry, Alex, I'm looking at you again. You are closest to me.
Just thank you. This welcome has been so heartwarming, so incredible. All of you have been amazing to talk to and to connect with. I love Edinburgh, like love it. Love Scotland, love everything about being over here, and I'm just so grateful.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
This is my first trip to Scotland, and it won't be my last. You guys are magnificent. Your oysters are excellent. And I love you guys. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, it's like it feels like I won the lottery or something. I have to pinch myself all the time. It's really a great experience, and like we talked about, the community that you've all created and supported each other. I've met so many people here that I've either met at other conventions that I really consider friends at this point, and I've also met some people who have created art that they've shared with me, and I'm meeting them in person now, and it's really an overwhelming experience. And thank you all for being so supportive and so cool. Thank you.
You know, I started my career in the UK. I trained in Wales, and I lived here for 10 years, and it's such, in my wildest dreams, I never imagined that I'd be coming back and enjoying the appreciation of all of you guys. Like I said at the beginning of the panel, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We know it's not easy driving for hours. After COVID, some of us have never been in a room this crowded before, and it can be overwhelming, but you guys rock, you guys are amazing. Outlaws for life.
Outlaws for life.
I'm choking up here. I'm choking up. Thank you very much, you guys. So let's give one final round of applause to these guys, and then we're going to do the selfie. Roger, Rob, Ben, Alex! Thank you.
Alright, well, it looks like we're getting addicted to gooning this week, which is so insane. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. I have a fiance. I've cleared this with her, surprisingly. But the one and only reason that like this is going to be able to happen is because we have a very healthy, loving relationship between each other. And while she doesn't love this idea, she trusts in my greater vision and idea behind this channel, which is that I just want to help as many people as possible through whatever struggles they're facing in life. And honestly, this struggle is actually personal to me because it's something that I feel that I've overcome in my life, or it's something that I genuinely used to struggle with in the past, and I'll talk about that later in this video, I'm sure. And I'll be able to actually conceptualize how I've overcome this before as I'm doing it again. So yeah, again, please be respectful of my relationship to Mackenzie. Also, I just dropped Mackenzie off for the whole week at the airport, so we're gonna spending this whole week alone. Okay, so I'm trying to document my personal experience with this without sensationalizing any of it. I want you to not just expose myself to like, not safe for work content. I haven't seen this type of content in a long time now. At this current stage, I am insanely sensitive to it. I can only look at it for so long before it feels like I am reaching just the highest levels of dopamine possible that like our brains create. So I'm gonna chill out here for a minute. It's 2:30 p.m. I work from home, so I'm gonna try to do some work right now. Let you know how that goes. I just gotta say, the first thing I noticed about like looking at that content, the recommendations for what's available are crazy. I am blown away by what's offered as a recommendation, and I can only imagine what rabbit holes it can lead you down. You know, a long time ago, I watched this one TED Talk, and I actually ended up reading the book that it was talking about. The speaker was talking about porn addiction, and the book was called Your Brain on Porn, and the dangers of it. At this stage of my life, I was probably, I don't know, like 18 or so, and I was looking at this type of content. I was looking at it every day, multiple times a day. So at this stage of my life, I would essentially take like, I don't know, like 5-minute gooning breaks is what I would do. Like, I would go and try to do my work, and then when my brain would get fuzzy, I would look at this content, and then I would have like a burst of energy for like 15 minutes maximum, and then I would try to do my work as much work as possible, and that, you know, I would spend more time looking at this content, and then at one point I remember just trying to look at this content for energy because my brain was like literally mush. Anyway, circling back to what I was trying to tell you to begin with about this TED Talk, how exposing yourself to certain content eventually just needs, your brain just needs more novelty, so you go deeper and deeper into these rabbit holes looking at more and more extreme content. I don't know what was up with my suggestions today, but I felt like it started off on like level 10 extreme already. The internet has gotten so prevalent in our lives that I feel like the baseline level of what is being offered today is so much more intense than the baseline level of what was being offered, I don't know, 5 years ago. And just seeing what was offered made me remember something very, very important about that video that I watched. And it was talking about the intention behind these sites. These websites exist because there's somebody else on that other side of the screen that purposely created a location to offer some of the most addictive content there is to be consumed. And they want you to be addicted to it and make money from serving you ads by getting you hooked onto this content that is extremely dopaminergic, if that's the word. It is meant to get you hooked like a drug. But I think I can say this without a shadow of a doubt. There is not a single positive outcome that can come from watching porn or gooning consistently. I quite literally feel right now at 3:30 p.m. like my life force is sucked out of me. I just feel a bit more sleepy and less energized. I also just drove to the store and back to get some food, and I noticed that I was kind of cranky. Mind you, I have no reason to be cranky because I've been having like the best day ever today. It's been a really good, very good, productive, positive, happy day for me. It's about 4 p.m. right now, and I just feel like I've noticed that even though I'm pretty tired, still, even just the idea of exposing myself to that content again seems very, like, enticing. Because overall, I don't feel as good as I did before I exposed myself to that content. It makes me feel like my brain is saying, hey, if you just watch that content again, you'll feel just as good as you did earlier, because now you don't feel as good anymore. That's kind of where I'm at. Hey, this is Editing Christopher chiming in, and I just found out something new while I was editing this video, by the way. This is a mental trick I was playing on myself the whole time of thinking that like I would feel better if I would just view it again. Because what actually happens in your brain is after you have that really high intense dopamine release, your brain's dopamine level doesn't return back to baseline. It actually goes below baseline, and that's why I ended up just feeling sluggish after my first exposure that I told you guys about just a few minutes ago. And what continues to happen later on in this video. Alright, I'm going to bed. One thing I've noticed about this that I remember hating about this type of experience, I just feel like the life force is sucked out of me. Like, I had so many things to be happy about earlier today, and now it's just like, my brain is just like, not capable of being super happy. I think the most mind-blowing part about this is just like, it's the fact that like looking at this for prolonged periods of time just releases so much dopamine. It makes it not work. It makes life just not as happy. I'm a very happy person in general, and this is just gonna be kind of a week where I know I'm not gonna feel a lot of happiness. Good morning. I am a morning person, and today I am waking up with very little morning energy, which is not like me. My friends have told me throughout my life I'm like SpongeBob. I'll wake up and I'm just hyped. Today I wake up, my brain just feels like, again, like less mushy. I mean, my brain feels like mush again. It feels like I have less awareness but still ability to focus. I again expose myself to adult content before bed, and so that's the easiest time to expose yourself to that content. But the fact that I was just doing that throughout the day yesterday is what's making me feel just not great right now. A good indicator I think for that is my sleep score. I'm sure it's going to be good, but I don't feel great. Because I think like it'll read your biological markers, but not your brain, you know? And there it is, 85. I knew it would be a good sleep score, and I don't feel good. The thing about this is that if it's a person's normal way of life, this is like livable right now where you probably wouldn't notice. When I was a lot younger and I used to expose myself to content all the time, it just felt like my way of life, like every day just felt more like this every single day. And you don't notice because it's kind of easy to survive. You just don't feel as happy throughout the day. Since it's been so long in my life that I've gone without watching this type of content, I can tell you what literally my day-to-day is like and how good it is compared to how now I can already tell the decrease in quality of life just because of like the brain not functioning optimally. Yesterday I woke up feeling excited for my day, excited that it was going to be an awesome day and it was going to film something and get a new video going, and today I just feel like it's another regular day. I gotta be honest with you guys, I don't want to film this video. The problem with this video is that I've overcome this challenge before, and I know how long it took me to overcome this challenge. And right now as I'm sitting here in my morning, I was about to have breakfast and I didn't feel as happy as I did yesterday. I hate the feeling of knowing how happy I can be compared to how happy I actually am for no reason other than consuming content that is bad for me. I also have an extreme sense of guilt, and I think a lot of people will understand this. There's a temptation to view the content, and then in the back of your head, you know, it's like, hey, I probably shouldn't, but you still do. I just feel so guilty. I hate this for myself because I know it's just not healthy. And the more that I've learned about how bad it is for me, the more guilty I feel. The best part about leaving this content behind is knowing that I can live without guilt, that I'm not letting myself down, I'm not wasting my potential, I'm not wasting my energy, I'm not ruining my relationship. I'm not consuming content about these girls that are frankly being taken advantage of because most of them come from very traumatic backgrounds, and then most of them grow older and they hate that they did those things. I mean, how many classic examples of people that make these videos later on say, oh, I wish I didn't make them. Well, and on top of that, a lot of the content is literally centered around taking advantage of them, and while some of them get rich off it, a lot of them don't. So then you have these rich girls living with regret, and the poor ones too. Since we're having a little morning chat, I gotta tell you about two of my friends that are in this industry. So the first girl, she made a little bit of money off it, not too much, and then, you know, I remember speaking with her, and she said she didn't like it because when you're going and filming these things, you're working, you're filming a movie, and so she would be on set doing these things. So, and she was on set for 6 hours acting. So what you're seeing isn't real, it's a made-up fantasy. She was very blatantly honest with me when I asked her why she was doing this kind of thing, and she told me she had been sexually assaulted by her uncle multiple times growing up. And so she said she could be careful. At the time, she thought it made her feel better to film intimate experiences with random people because she could finally make some money off it instead of just being a victim of it. My other friend, she's an OF girl, and she is insanely rich from it. Multiple 6 figures a month from this thing. A person with an absolutely terrible self-image, even though she was raking in money like I've never seen before. I kid you not. Like, she showed me one day, logged into the OF account, and sitting there was 50 G's. She had 50 grand sitting there, and she would withdraw every day. As for her personal history, that's what happened to her. This is really, really bad. Her father committed. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this stuff because of the community guidelines and stuff, so just know that, you know, he unfortunately unalived himself. And if anybody is struggling with those types of thoughts and anything, you know, reach out to a medical professional, talk to the people you love, and find a solution. And there's hotlines for this type of stuff. And she was the one that found him. So she quite literally grew up without the support system to help her recover from sexual trauma. Coincidentally, the two people that I know in this that are very involved in this industry have very traumatic backgrounds. I do not! You guys, ever since I did my 7 days video, I have felt on top of the world. Absolutely incredible. And today I feel like garbage. I don't think it's an accident. I literally, the best way to describe it is I feel like I have let go of like the life force inside of me, and I am just a shell of the person that I was yesterday. I don't mean to exaggerate, but truthfully, coming from how good I've been feeling usually to seeing this difference, and I already know this isn't even the worst that it's gonna get, I feel like I'm already disappointed in how big of an effect this actually has, and I think most people just don't notice it because it's their habitual way of life. But if you were to take control and not make this your habitual way of life and just spend like 3 months of your life, commit to 3 months of not viewing any of this type of content, you would feel dramatically different on the other side. It's been about 45 minutes since my last exposure, and it feels like it takes me 45 minutes to feel normal again after that, because then you just get like sleepy and whatever. I haven't been as productive during this break as I wanted to be already. I think the thing that sucks about this is that by the time you feel good again, if you really were like allowing yourself to just go all in on it, which I have to for this video, it's like, okay, right now I could technically probably
but then you spend another 45 minutes recovering, and it's just a rabbit hole of negative consequences.
I like to educate myself. I'm watching this video right now. It's very curious. Somebody says, you only realize you have an addiction when you try to quit. That's a good way of putting it. In fact, I want to tell you guys something I absolutely hate about social media, and it's the fact that these algorithms purposely put triggers in front of you. A long time ago, Instagram was purposely suggesting content of attractive women to men that would spend more time on their apps because they would be seeking for these attractive women that had links to this type of inappropriate content. I always have to remember that these companies are just to make a profit, and sometimes when there's money involved, it leads people into doing things that are just immoral and not good for us. The moral of the story of what I'm trying to say right there is that you are not in control of your account and you need to shape it to something that's beneficial for you. You will be manipulated through it. And I think that's true not only for this before doing that rather than like something I just normally do to take care of my health. I'm getting hungry and that is feeling like a chore that I have to go and do now. I took my dog out on a walk this morning and I didn't want to do that for them because I know it's for them and today it felt like a chore. This is super good, so I'm watching this video right now on the truth about why you keep relapsing, and he just mentioned that one of the key markers for people that have addictions to pornography is people that were exposed to pornography probably before they were prepubescent, so just at a very early young age. And I can tell you the very first time that I personally was exposed, I was probably like 8 years old or less, maybe even like 6 or 7. My dad owns a pasta factory, I'm Italian. And I remember being in the factory with him and like his employees one day, and when my dad had like ran to the store or something. So he wasn't around, and at that time, the internet didn't exist, but the employees thought it would be funny to pull out one of their like magazines that had adult content in it, and it was like, and it wasn't just like women exposing themselves, it was the full thing. These guys were probably like in their 30s or something, and they were like, oh, Chris, like, come check this out, look at this, I bet you've never seen this before, right? And I'm just whenever I go, and they hand me this magazine, I'm looking at it, and they open up the page, and I see full adult content. And at that time, I didn't know what it even was. Because I hadn't developed any of that in my life yet. I didn't even know, I had never seen anything like this, I hadn't learned about anything like this. This was quite literally my full exposure to it for the very first time. And I remember feeling like some type like of arousal back then or something that I was like it like shocked my system seeing it and not understanding it. And I distinctly remember them thinking like, oh my god, let's take this away before it goes back. And they hid it, but I saw where they hid it. And then a few hours go by, and when the videos are around, I go back to where this magazine is hiding, and I grab it and I take it, and I put it in my own hiding spot. And for the next 2 years, whenever I would go and visit my dad, I immediately would always remember where I had hid it. Until I remember, like, one time, like the 3rd year or so, it was gone. So they must have found it or something, maybe they cleaned up shop, who knows. And I remember being disappointed at such a young age that I wasn't able to see it again, and I was told nobody knew that I had it. And it was always after that that I was curious about looking at this content, and I think that's why it became such a problem for me later on in life. And I think part of the reason that I developed such an addiction to it was because I was one of these people that was exposed to it at such a young age. You know what, maybe earlier I was upset that I was doing this video because I know how bad it is for me and the problems that I'm facing in my life. But now I'm glad I came across that video because maybe this is going to give me some tools for life to just make sure that I'm not in that situation anymore. And if you're interested in educating yourself on this subject, check out Healthy Gamer GG. That channel is absolutely incredible. I'm going to make myself a video right now and get the dog for that. I don't get headaches unless I'm doing something unhealthy in my life. I seem to get headaches while making some of these videos because it seems that I keep doing unhealthy things for videos. It is almost 2 p.m. It is 11 p.m. Just letting you know, I feel like a shell of myself on the same tired. I did not have a productive day at all, and today feels like absolutely wasted potential and energy. And by the way, I'm at a point today where like the thought of even looking at that content isn't even exciting in and of itself anymore. So guys, there's something wrong with my brain. I am so tired. It's 3 a.m. and I just can't fall asleep. I exposed myself to some more content like before sleep a while ago, and I don't know, maybe there's like dopamine left over in my brain or something. I just feel so not happy recording this video. I feel so guilty, and I'm not enjoying the process of this at all. And like I wish I wasn't filming this anymore because it's just making me so not happy. Good morning, guys. It's 10 a.m. I never wake up at 10. This is terrible.
You guys, I'm really struggling today. It has not been a good day. I feel like my energy. I haven't even had the desire to look at that content today because it's just like, I feel like the life force has been sucked out of me, and it's been really frustrating because normally, like, when my brain is healthy, I just feel invigorated for life, and I think that one of the markers for that, honestly, is like when I look back at the other videos that I have on this channel, they're usually pretty long. They're all really, you know, I think that I'd rather just have the best representation of what I experienced throughout the entire day, and that makes me have a lot to talk about. And so, for mine, I edited these guys a lot. They're like 3.5 hours long. I had almost 9 hours of footage for that video. Respect the viewer's time. And for this video, I feel like I have nothing to talk about because I'm just such a shell of myself. And it's been sucking. And I've noticed today as well that I've had spontaneous negative self-talk, and that's not like me. I'm very good. I believe that we're in control of our mind, and we're not in control of our mind. We're build ourselves up, we'll tear ourselves down. With this, I just feel like when I've had spontaneous negative self-talk, it comes with such a barrage of negativity, and I'm almost surprised at the intensity of the negative emotion that's come attached with the negative self-talk. It is just like a full force emotional attack on myself. It's just so intense. It's frustrating, and on top of that, it's made me feel, I think a lot of that has been ramped up today with how much guilt I've been feeling by doing this, just like doing this content, knowing everything that I know about it. I just feel so guilty that I'm struggling. I'm really genuinely struggling emotionally on this challenge. I'm struggling more with this emotionally than like when I did my nicotine videos and when I did my fasting video where I didn't eat for 7 days. This has been literally the hardest emotional challenge because I just feel so guilty all the time. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. The guilt is eating me alive. I just feel so terrible. Today it's also been giving me like nicotine cravings. Funny enough, it feels like in the back of my head I know that will force a feel-good chemical into my brain. So when like that, I'll just go through the process of feeling as badly as I do all day. But then that's just a band-aid to the problem. The problem is me and the content. I quite literally feel like today, like, because I've lost like all of my life force energy, that like I'm just going through the motions. Also, something that sucked to realize today was my dogs came up to me to like get pet, and they're so loving, and I love my dogs like so much. Dude, when they came up to me, I remember I was petting Fettuccine. She came up to me, and so I was petting her, and I remember not being able to feel the same amount of positive feelings that I would have normally felt, and that felt really sad because I'm like, dang, I can't even fully soak in this moment because I'm messed up my brain. And as much as I wish my dogs could live forever, right? They're not going to, so I want to enjoy every moment that I have with them. And that made me feel guilty too, the fact that I couldn't enjoy what I'm doing to myself. I think that's an important realization for me to have, because it's very easy to, like, if you're a habitual viewer of this content, to not realize you don't experience the same regular life, regular daily positive as you normally would when your brain is healthy and you're not consuming this content. I'm a very happy person in general, and I feel like I have to force myself to smile to feel any happiness, and that's not like me. This makes me realize that like the hardest part about doing this content is do it whenever you feel down or just need to fill up some time or whatever. And the hard part is having the self-discipline to like wait for that thought to go away and make those physical emotions to leave, which takes 25 minutes. And the hardest part about living a life while you're viewing this content is probably not realizing how much it degrades your quality of life. I think we can all agree that driving is frustrating, especially if you're like me, right? You're a good driver. I feel so effort on the drive. Every time somebody drives slow, doesn't slow in the pointer, I feel so much more angry at them than I would. Normally I might just be driving, I'm like, you're an idiot. But right now I'm like, you're an effing idiot. You know?
I gotta be honest with you guys real quick as I make some food. This is crazy, man. I feel like I could fly from like this is crazy. I feel like I'm dealing with like past problems. I don't want to be a little softy either, a little softy snowflake. I believe men can be in like integrity of other things, but for that whole thing, but I don't think it's an excuse to be a little softy snowflake all the time, because I'm joking. I did not expect to feel like this. I've questioned myself enough for the video. What happened is essentially driving around, and I spoke to my friend and caught up a little bit for about an hour afterwards. When I was done, I was like, I felt like in order to maintain the integrity of the video, I should expose myself to adult content at that time after a phone call, and so I did. And it was actually a really bad time. You're with him and I was like, man, is it just expose these stupid things that genuinely, they're not okay. And I ended up going down a funny hole of the internet. I was absolutely terrified. I spent too much time in there, and it was just the things that I saw were absolutely insane. And they would not go away ever. And I just, dude, then I took the dogs on a walk afterwards because I was like, man, I just felt so much shame. And not even just like guilt that I was telling you guys earlier today that I was feeling, but like genuine shame of like feeling bad about who I was as a human. Man, what I was feeling just a second ago were things that could tear me down, and I didn't allow myself to live like that. Yeah, man, my heart hurts right today, right now, as I'm telling you guys this, but, you know, if this video helps at least one person, ideally, maybe two or more, I would say it's still worth it. But wow, like an addiction to adult content is seriously no joke, and I almost want to say it's like the most detrimental thing I've experienced so far, because it's very personal to me, that I'm genuinely struggling with, and I think it wreaks havoc on your life. When I told you just a second ago, I was speaking with a friend on the phone. I was telling him that I was recording this video actually, and that I learned that a lot of people that struggle with compulsive online with compulsive sexual behaviors and overuse of adult content. I told him that I learned that being exposed to it at a young age like I was is one of the key factors that determines that. And he was like, oh dude, me too. He's like, I had such a problem with like my life. And then he told me his story of exposure, and I was like, so then I talked to him and I was like, that's really interesting, because it's such a common experience to be exposed to this type of material too young. This is a real like problem that I hope that I can help people overcome, because man, I feel like garbage right now.
Hey, good morning everybody. It is Thursday, and I got a lot of sleep last night, which was way needed, so I feel way better today. I'll keep you updated as the day goes along. I mean, I guess it's noon now. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't even want to view that content today, because I feel so good today, so much better than I did yesterday. It's 5, almost 6 p.m. and officially broken. Even looking at that type of content does not offer me any type of stimulation or excitement whatsoever, and it's just welcome to Friday night. I always give you guys a morning update in every single one of my videos, but I do not get it because I absolutely nothing today. My brain is again just like I have low energy today, all day. Haven't been very talkative, haven't wanted to talk to anybody at all. And I have my baseline level of things that get me frustrated is like so low. So like anything can trigger me into feeling just intense frustration all day, which has been frustrating in and of itself. I've been frustrated that I'm frustrated at everything, because all day I've been having to fight with that negative feeling all the time of like one little thing is messed up, and it's just such a big issue in my mind that it shouldn't be. I
I can't wait for today to be the last day that I'm doing this because my quality of life and constant problems with like anger and frustration now just consistently constantly throughout the day is just getting to be like to my personal breaking point of like this is not a life that I would enjoy living for a prolonged amount of time. I don't even like living it for less than a day. This has been absolutely terrible and I don't want to continue this any further. So thank God this is almost over.
So yesterday, I didn't even want to talk to you. This is a bad, frustrated mood. Actually, yesterday though, I should be mad all the time is the point. I just need to check my sleep score. I'm not sure yesterday's sleep. Yesterday, I had no reason to be mad yesterday. I slept amazing.
You would think I'd feel really good, but I did not.
I'm telling you, that's just because like the chemistry in my brain was just off. What I noticed about this whole time is that, like you hit a dopamine, I hit a dopamine spike, and then afterwards, like the rest of the day sucked until I would consume that content again. It was the only time I would experience positive emotions. Essentially, yesterday was like when I was looking at that content.
Last night was the last time I looked at any of it, and today I'm just going to like do my normal day that I'm looking at it.
I can tell that my brain feels a little bit drained from like just this week. I just feel not as great as usual. I don't feel like I'm fully alert and like can pay attention to things fully or like have like full awareness of everything. Like my brain power itself feels almost as if I was like impaired. One final note as we begin to get to our recovery process today. I have not genuinely smiled in like 3 days. Definitely from opening consumption of this content, which is really sad. Oh, and then I was going to mention this to you yesterday, and it's that I've noticed that for the past 3 days as well, I have not been petting my dogs as much. Don't get me wrong, I love my dogs, it didn't even cross my mind. There was like an 80% reduction in like showing affection towards them because my brain was just frustrated and mad all day.
It is Saturday evening, and I cannot believe how much better I feel today compared to really any other day this week. I have still been fighting an underlying sense of like anger and frustration all day, and I'm still very like easily triggered into feeling that emotion. But I at least am grateful that I've been able to feel more positive emotions today. I've been able to pet my dog and like feel that I would on like day 1 or 2 of this challenge. So I'm definitely like feeling a lot like emotionally a lot healthier. And on top of that, I've also noticed, because I haven't just depleted my dopamine stores for the day, I've had way more energy to do everything that I needed to today, whereas I feel like all the other days I was fighting to like just push and slug along through my task. But today I have like just the natural like invigorated energy to just go at it a lot more. It's still not the same as like it was like a week ago, and I'm thinking it'll take 2 or 3 more days to fully recover, but it's definitely been noticeably better today. A small thing I've noticed today as well that I probably should have caught on earlier is that throughout the week I was very like antisocial, and I wasn't really in the mood to talk to anybody, and like it seemed like something that I was really not like I just really want to engage with people, which is kind of interesting. And then today I've had plenty of conversations with friends that have called me, etc., and I've been a lot more social and enjoying that a lot more than I would have had I, still been consuming that content.
Good morning. It is Sunday. I can already tell I feel so much better today. Here's what I gotta tell you. I was still funny enough. I know I was feeling last night, I had the most frustrating week ever. I still got the temptation to view the content again. I really didn't want to cave, so instead of sleeping upstairs in my room like I normally do, I put myself out of that situation. I slept on the couch last night with this blanket, and then I just sat here watching a show so that I could be distracted, I guess, and just like help me fall asleep. A 10-minute period until that habitual process came that made me think about it. that habitual period, however many minutes it can be, is all you really need. But the fact that you're consciously aware of what process is going on.
I can already tell you that my brain is still messed up on this beautiful Sunday, but I'm feeling so much better. You can probably even tell just from the 10 seconds I've been recording how much happier I am. Check out this girl. She ate better earlier today. She got the cover in the bath. Spontaneously just started cleaning my house. And that's probably because like I just wasn't in the mood to do anything. I was like letting so many things that seemed like tedious and frustrating I just was avoiding, like cleaning, and I never do that, right? So I want to do a 1-week follow-up with you guys because I feel like it's pretty important to revisit this since, you know, recovery from this type of stuff can take a while. Okay, so here are some tips and tricks that work for me. Just remember, I'm like the medical professionals. I think the first most important thing is to understand when these habits and urges come. After that, you can figure out the why and all the other stuff that goes along with it. But at least understanding when is really important for preventing. And if there's no predetermined path, at least when an urge comes, what I found worked really well for me is patience. Just understanding that I'm going to be feeling some type of temptation for a period of at least like 20 minutes or so. And if I'm patient enough to not take any action for about 20 minutes, then I am going to be okay and on the other side. So at least for me, that's how I would deal with those situations. Now, as for preventing, that's what matters, maybe even more than how you feel. And for me, a trigger is social media use, and I think I've had to purposely curate my social media use to not offer me any of that type of content. Especially when using an app like Instagram, you know, I would click the 3 little dots and say I'm not interested. If there's an account that's getting suggested to you like it was for me, go ahead and block me. That's what I did. I also installed website blockers on my devices just to make it so that I couldn't access any of this stuff anyway, and just to put as many hurdles in the way of being able to access. Because if I really did want to access to it, I would have to then jump over hurdles and go in there, go in the settings, apply password, take it off, etc. You know, there's more hurdles and more time for you to make a decision not to do something. At least that's what works for me. Also for preventing is recognizing the times that you're habitually using that type of content. For me, oftentimes it was nighttime, so a good solution for that is to leave your phone in another room. If you're the type of person that has very limited self-control, there's this one product on Amazon that's it's just this little plastic box with a timer on it, and you can't unlock it until the timer's over. So imagine putting your phone in there at like, let's say like 9 p.m. setting it for an 8-hour cycle, and you can't hit it again until early in the morning when you wake up. Next, there was something else that worked for me was self-education with learning harmful effects. What happens when you do that. And at least for me, knowing the harmful effects of it was really I still fail the first few times when I was first quitting this addiction. It's having the full knowledge of its extensive effects was for me very motivating to make sure I was preventing usage. Checking in, it's been about a month now since my last exposure, and I gotta tell you guys something. I feel like the most results came after about like 2 weeks, and eventually, this is probably an underrated tip, going long enough without viewing it and seeing how like happy I've been and how amazing I'm doing, that experience of doing so good compared to like seeing how bad I was doing makes me like never want to see that stuff ever again, because of how vastly different the quality of life is when I was viewing it to not viewing it. So if there's anybody struggling with this, I mean, just going from personal experience and just seeing it for yourself, how much better you feel on the other side, that alone should be quite the motivation to just never cave again, honestly. But if you fail a few more times, no sweat, and just keep trying, because at the end of the day, failing is better than quitting. As long as you don't quit, you're good to go. Of course, I'm not a professional. As always, feel free to talk to somebody you know and trust, or a professional. And if you made it this far, thanks for watching the video. I hope you enjoyed whatever was presented, hopefully in the most professional, positive way. And I will see you guys later. Real quick, I've opened up channel memberships for this channel, so if you would like me to give you a nice little shout out here on the side of the page or at the end of these videos, feel free to join and become one of the members. Currently, I have literally 0 members, but maybe one day that'll change.
you taken your German lessons?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. You, how do you say thank you in German?
If you've never played Wolfenstein 2, it's kind of hard to explain because you need a lot of context. Because it's a game where you kill Nazis, but you can also listen to them talk. And despite the plot being about a white guy defending America, a bunch of gamers thought it was anti-America, or at least anti-white.
Come and fucking get me, you white-ass, fascist Nazi pigs.
And people were really mad about this. But the weirdest part was that the people who made the game saw all that internet anger and basically said,
it sounds like, okay, are we talking about Trump here?
All right, wait a second. So the guy on the left there, that's me. And you might be wondering how I got there and why I'm asking that question.
So this is 7 years ago, and I was working for Vice News on HBO, and I was doing a segment on a game called Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. So this is Pete Hines, who was then the Senior Vice President of Marketing for Bethesda, which was the company that was publishing the game. This game was about to come out, and people were threatening to boycott it. You'd think he'd be concerned, but this is what he had to say about it.
Fuck those guys,
So that's not his full answer, but I think we need more context to understand all this.
So let's go back just a few months to June of 2017, when Pete Hines walked on stage at E3.
Thank you very much. Good evening and welcome to the 2017 Bethesda E3 Showcase.
The presentation went on for about half an hour, but it was the trailer that they played at the end that got everyone's attention. It started off with these fake 60s TV shows that were all weirdly Nazi themed.
Okay. Bad girl.
And then they finally showed some gameplay.
I said a couple of months ago that the thing that Machine Games was working on is fucking bananas, so now you know what I mean by fucking bananas. So if you visit our booth this week at E3, you have a chance to go hands-on and begin the fight to rally the resistance in America against the Nazi regime.
Again, this was June of 2017. Then, in August, a group of white supremacists organized a rally called Unite the Right in Charlottesville. Before it happened, not that many people were taking it seriously. But then America woke up and saw that someone had been killed. And they saw the footage.
Will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
People had different reactions to this. Donald Trump, who'd only been president for a few months, infamously had this to say.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group,
The fact that there were neo-Nazis openly marching around shocked a lot of people. And then, while the headlines were still fresh, just a few weeks after that rally, 2 days before the game's supposed to come out, Bethesda makes a tweet. And they've included a video. This was a pretty stark pivot. The old ads were high budget, well produced, and they had kind of a sense of humor. But these new ads were much more to the point, and you could even say they were confrontational. And they were drawing connections between the fictional Nazi timeline and specific references to real events and things that Donald Trump had actually said. A lot of people did not like these ads. Reviewers piled in, saying things like, the game might as well have been made by the terrorist outfit Antifa for all it says about white people. And the people who saw these new ads were wondering, is this about Donald Trump?
Easy now.
So I asked the question. Make America Nazi free again, or not my America. Basically, it sounds like, okay, are we talking about Trump here?
We're talking about Nazis.
You're kind of poking the hornet's nest here.
Maybe a little bit, but the hornet's nest is full of Nazis, so fuck those guys. I'll poke a Nazi hornet's nest.
Look, in a lot of ways, not all that much has really changed in the last 7 years, because we're still having the same debates, the same arguments, and people still making a lot of the same comparisons.
They made a statement that I'm like Hitler,
Just couldn't be further from the truth. It's just the opposite, actually.
But look, if you didn't like Wolfenstein, that's fine. This video is not about making fun of you. And as a matter of fact, I think we should be taking some of those criticisms seriously. Because look, a lot of people feel like Wolfenstein is too harsh on white America.
Wolfenstein is a little weird about white people. I mean, it introduces the Black Panthers as a moral authority. It repeatedly suggests that America is and has always been an inherently racist country. And it paints some Nazis as pretty decent people.
But to understand that, we probably need to back up a little bit.
So Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, is, like the number suggests, it's a sequel. And it's set in 1961 in this alternate reality in which the Nazis won World War II and have colonized America. If you've ever seen Man in the High Castle, just imagine that they sent the main dude to the gym for like 5 years, they gave him a laser, and they said, all right, bro, do your thing. But Wolfenstein itself has a history that goes back to 1981. The series actually got its start on the Apple II with Castle Wolfenstein. So the basic setup of the game is that you're a captured prisoner of war and you've been locked up in Castle Wolfenstein. Your mission is to find the Nazi war plans and escape the castle. But to do that, you need to sneak out of your cell and avoid detection by the guards. From today's perspective, it kind of looks like an elaborate Pac-Man, but instead of ghosts, it's Nazis. A lot of people consider this the first real stealth shooter game, and it makes sense because there's probably no Metal Gear without Wolfenstein. But the Wolfenstein franchise, as most people know it, didn't start up until over a decade later. 1992, Wolfenstein 3D drops on the PC. It's World War II, you're an American spy, you've been captured by Nazis and thrown into a dungeon. So far, pretty similar to the OG, but in this version, there's no more sneaking around. The stealth part that was a signature feature of the game is gone. In its place is, well, this. It was fun, it was bloody, and it was a smash hit. Game historians generally point to Wolfenstein 3D as the birth of the first-person shooter genre. That's not to take away from other games which had tried a 3D first-person perspective before, but id Software's take was different, for two big reasons. First, on a technical level, it was incredible. Texture mapping, digitized sound effects, enemy AI that responded to your movements in pseudo 3D space, all running at 60 frames per second. This game was unbelievable technologically. But id Software's true stroke of genius was in understanding how to make animated violence palatable. Pretty early on in video game history, violence was a touchy subject. The most infamous early example is Death Race from 1976. This is an arcade game where you drove a car around and crashed into enemies who would let out this digital scream when you ran them over. Parents were already creeped out enough that their kids were hanging out in these smoky, dark rooms with flashing lights. But now they were committing virtual vehicular manslaughter, complete with death groans. This was about 5 steps too far. And it's hard to overstate how completely wild this game was because, again, this was 1976. Gerald Ford was still in office. People had Pong machines at their house still. People were really, really mad about this game.
It's not a Volkswagen, it's not a Christmas tree, right? It's a human being. Is it harmful? To the extent that it again sanctions practice, training, learning how to hurt, kill other people, it sets the stage for when people are instigated to aggression to use those skills that they have.
The developers tried to explain that these were gremlins or monsters, and you weren't running over humans, but the public didn't buy it. And before long, the game basically disappeared from arcades. Now fast forward a couple decades and we've got, for the time, an immersive 3D experience.
it's not just cars, it's guns. And the graphics and the screams are much more realistic. And let's put this into context, because again, this was 1992. The very next year, there would be congressional hearings about violence in video games.
What you're about to see are scenes from two of the most violent new video games. First, we have Mortal Kombat. Blood splatters from the contestants' heads. When a player wins, the so-called death sequence begins. The game narrator...
They even criticized Lethal Enforcers, which on paper seems like it would be an okay game because you're a cop that's fighting crime, but they really didn't like the guns.
Making a game and selling it that encourages a kid to point a gun at a television set. I mean, we're all aware of this incredible outbreak of gun violence in our country. Is it responsible? Let me put it another way.
But Wolfenstein, which had guns and blood, managed to avoid getting criticized in those hearings. They didn't even get a name drop. And it kind of makes sense, because what? You're going to complain about killing Nazis? They're Nazis. They're basically not people. They're monsters, right? And that's where this new reboot becomes a problem. Because in this iteration of Wolfenstein, the Nazis are very much people. And if you play the game as the creators intended it, you run a pretty high risk of accidentally agreeing with the Nazi.
Wie können Sie Gewalt gegen uns gutheißen, nur weil wir anderer Ansicht sind? Wir sind halt gewalttätig. Denen fehlt die moralische Richtung. Wir sind doch auch Menschen. Gewalt führt nur zu noch mehr Gewalt.
Das stimmt, Karl. Gewalt ist niemals in Ordnung. Niemals.
Was für eine Gesellschaft wäre das, wenn ich jeden töte? Gewalt ist doch auch Menschen. Gewalt führt nur zu noch mehr Gewalt.
Das stimmt, Karl. Gewalt ist niemals in Ordnung. Niemals.
Was für eine Gesellschaft wäre das, wenn ich jeden töten würde, der meine Ansicht nicht teilt?
Ein Kriegsgebiet, Karl. Das wäre ein Kriegsgebiet.
Zum Kotzen. Übrigens, hast du dich für New Orleans beworben?
Na klar. Und du?
Auf jeden Fall.
Vielleicht sind wir in einer Todesschwadron.
Hoffentlich. Wir arbeiten doch gut zusammen, oder?
Ja.
Well, the political division in the country undeniably deep right now.
Navigating a divisive political climate on a range...
Republicans attack Democrats, and Democrats return fire. Social media is a showcase of our anger. An analysis by the New York Times this fall found that online use of the phrase civil war has exploded.
If you were to remove that from its context, that conversation sounds completely reasonable. Violence is wrong, and political disagreements should be handled in a civil manner. And in 2017, this was a very serious conversation because people were arguing over whether or not it's okay to punch a Nazi. Because, well, somebody punched a Nazi.
Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Which, of course, Wolfenstein couldn't resist making a parody of for another advertisement. Maybe you're seeing a pattern here, but this conversation takes place between two Nazi stormtroopers. So you're crawling up a staircase, fingers on the R2 trigger, and you're thinking, I think my mom might have posted something like this on Facebook last week. Do those Nazis have a point? Am I supposed to shoot these guys? In fact, aside from a handful of almost cartoonishly sadistic characters, a lot of the Nazis in this reboot seem pretty reasonable, and some of them are deliberately depicted as sympathetic characters. So there's this part where you're hunting down some Nazis who've been hiding from you for months. They're not trying to attack you. They don't want to attack you. They're trapped in the lower part of your submarine, and they just want to escape. And you overhear one of them trembling in fear at the thought of having to confront the terrorist. By the way, if that's you, they call you a terrorist. You also hear his older brother consoling him and saying he'll protect him.
Sobald das U-Boot auftaucht, sind wir in Sicherheit. Brüderchen. Und jetzt seid tapfer und macht dir keine Sorgen.
In order to progress in the game, you have to kill both of them. You also read postcards from sons writing to their mothers back home. The Nazis in this game are people. These are people who have friends, families, emotions, fears, hopes, dreams, just like you. At one point, you even have to confront the family of someone you killed. This all probably seems like a really bad idea because, once again, we're talking about Nazis here. This is a group that we consider to be universally evil. And so wouldn't humanizing them be immoral at best and dangerous at worst? I mean, these are monsters, right? That would be a fair criticism, but it wouldn't be the first time it's happened. We could go back to 1963 to the political theorist Hannah Arendt when she was dealing with precisely this same problem. She had just published a study of Adolf Eichmann, who was a Nazi leader who, among other things, organized the sending of Jews to the extermination camps. Arendt went to some of the trial, and she described it in articles she wrote for the New Yorker, where she concluded that Eichmann was not a monster, but instead a, quote, terrifyingly normal person. This is not really what people expected from someone who was herself a Jew and had to flee Germany as the Nazis rose to power. And a lot of people attacked her for humanizing a man who committed unimaginable crimes against humanity and for trivializing the horrors of genocide. But Hannah Arendt countered that her point was never to trivialize anything. She wanted to argue that, quote, under conditions of terror, most people would comply. That some people would fight, but most wouldn't. And that a fascist government would dehumanize people and turn them into, as she said, functionaries and mere cogs in the administrative machinery. She had a phrase for this: the banality of evil. Hannah Arendt's work is still controversial to this day, which we're not going to get into. But I think that the concept of the banality of evil is helpful to put into context for what I think Tommy Bjork, who was the narrative designer for the Wolfenstein series, was aiming for. So I don't have the footage for this conversation. I think we might have cut it out of our video interview, but this is how I quoted him in an article that I wrote for Vice back then. He said that, "I think all societies are susceptible to those kinds of ideologies, those kinds of fascist ideologies, if they don't fight them." He also said, "I think that's something you get to see in the game. There's a whole spectrum of reactions within American citizens toward this takeover. Some of them welcome it." To be really abundantly clear here, Tommy Bjork's point was not to suggest that the Nazis had a point, because he and I both agree that they did not have a point. It sounds kind of personal to you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I fucking hate Nazis. Can you say that?
You can say that.
So,
I think what he's getting at here in this interview is maybe better summarized in some of his work in this scene.
Not monsters. Men.
Let's talk about America a little bit. One of the most striking pre-release advertisements for this game is this scene right here.
A big fan of DK for, ain't you, Jeff?
Well, music makes me happy. What's wrong with that, Wayne?
Nothing wrong with that, Jeff.
I like your style, Americans. Very good.
It shows a Nazi soldier having what looks like a pretty friendly conversation with two hooded Klansmen. And it kind of makes sense, right? It's two evil groups getting along together. Someone even posted it on YouTube, and it's got some pretty funny comments. But if you actually play the game, the part after this is not funny. There's a lot of really unsettling stuff that they don't show you in the ad. And to see that, you have to actually explore the town. So this is where we get to see what a normal or banal day looks like in America. If you hang out long enough, you'll eventually hear someone complaining about their slaves acting up because apparently the Nazis let them have their slaves back. And then there's this woman who thanks the Nazis for ridding the country of certain elements of American culture.
I just couldn't stand all that primitive jungle music they used to play. Jazz and rock and roll. Quite verschrecklich, like you would say, right?
Yes.
The most vile and disgusting characters in this scene are not German, they're Americans. In fact, there's times when even the Nazis seem a little bit confused about the mechanics of white American racism. Earlier on in the game, the daughter of a Nazi general runs away and joins your team. And when you first bring her onto your ship, she notices that there's a black man in the control room. And she freaks out because she doesn't understand.
It feels like I might have broken a bone. You think you can give me a ride? Please. I'm really hurting.
Oh my god.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Everyone is allowed on this boat.
So listen, that horse with me in a bad
Now, I want to spend some time here because why she says that, why she reacts this way, the story leaves it kind of ambiguous. And I think there's a couple possibilities here. Maybe would be, okay, well, she's a Nazi, so she's racist, and so she would hate black people, right? That makes sense. But it doesn't really seem to work out because later, that same black dude she has. So there might be another explanation here. Maybe she's just confused because she speaks English and she's American, she understands American culture and American racism. And you've got a bunch of Americans. So why aren't you all racist like Americans? Alright, let's back up a little bit. So the same year that Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, was released, another piece of Nazi related media also came out. But this wasn't a fictional alternate history. This is actual, real history. In this book, Hitler's American Model by James Whitman explains that a lot of Nazi policy came from the United States. The author explains that in the early 1930s, the Nazis were not planning on extermination. They thought the solution to their Jewish problem was either forcing them out of the country or at least taking away their rights and isolating them. But they had no idea how to write policy to achieve this goal. They needed a blueprint, and they found their biggest inspiration in America. Nazi legal scholars were extremely impressed by American racism. They thought it was amazing that even though we had things like the 14th and 15th Amendments making sure that former slaves were A, citizens, and B, had the right to vote, that we'd still figured out these clever workarounds to make it actually almost impossible for black people to enjoy those rights in practice. We had somehow managed to create a new second class of citizens. And what we'd done with immigrants was even more impressive. Hitler himself admired how America, quote, simply excludes the immigration of certain races, and he was equally impressed at our genocide of Native Americans to make room, or Lebensraum, for white settlers. And as the author says, indeed in Mein Kampf, Hitler praised America as nothing less than the one state that made progress toward the creation of a healthy racist order. The Nazis considered America to be the most forward-thinking country on the planet in terms of racist policy. For the Nazis, American creativity wasn't just about writing pop music or Hollywood movie scripts. It was in writing imaginative laws to deny certain races access to actual American citizenship. And the most impressive thing to them was that our discrimination was all done by the book. Everything was legal because we made it legal. So the Nazis tried to catch up to America and started adapting our laws. But they didn't just copy and paste our policies into the Nazi law books because, as the author says, the Nazis treated American race law as too harsh to be borrowed wholesale by Nazi Germany. Let me say that again. The Nazis thought our laws, especially things like our Jim Crow laws, they thought they were too harsh and that they needed to be toned down to work in Nazi Germany. As the author explains, in the 1930s, the Nazis thought of their program as a, quote, more thoroughgoing and rigorous realization of American approaches toward minorities, even if the regime had shifted its sights to a new target in the form of the Jews. And it wasn't just Nazis taking notes from Americans, because Americans were also taking notes
on the Nazis. Just months before World War II broke out, 20,000 Nazi sympathizers gathered at Madison Square Garden for a rally. And this wasn't the only group. In another book, Hitler's American Friends, the Third Reich supporters in the United States, Bradley W. Hart explains that there were a bunch of groups that were big Hitler fans. These range from political groups to Christian preachers. A lot of people thought that Nazi-style fascism should be brought to America. The America First Committee was even trying to get a fascist-friendly candidate to be elected president. The guy they thought would be best for the job was Charles Lindbergh, who was the first man to fly across the Atlantic Ocean. Lindbergh never actually said he wanted to run, but he was pretty racist, and he was a celebrity, so the smart racists thought he might be useful. Fortunately, most of these groups were very badly organized, and they usually fell apart because of mismanagement or infighting. All of this is to say that not only did the Nazis find us very interesting and sometimes useful, there were a lot of Americans who were also pretty fond of what the Nazis were doing too. And if a few things had gone differently, the world of Wolfenstein could have been real, aside from the lasers and space colonies and stuff. Look, I'm not trying to hate on every American ever, because obviously there were Americans who were not convinced by this fascist rhetoric. And we see those people in the game. But it's interesting. So, early on in the story, your character meets a woman named Grace Walker. She's the leader of a resistance group called the Black Liberation Front, which seems to be a pretty clear reference to the Black Liberation Army, which was an actual real organization partially comprised of former Black Panthers. They even have buttons that say Free Huey, which is the campaign to free Huey Newton, who's another Black Panther, and again, this is a connection to real life. Once Grace Walker enters the picture, she immediately takes charge of operations. From this point on, she's the boss. But if you've played the previous game in this reboot series, you'll probably realize that her function as a character is, well, not much of a character. She's really there more to serve as a vehicle for a particular message. And specifically, she's kind of like an expanded version of this other character in the previous game named Jay, who is an obvious Jimi Hendrix reference, who's mostly there to explain Black people's take on Nazis.
Gas chamber just like they did all the others. None of that has anything to do with me. That's not the America I fought for. Really? I was little, my mother wanted to take me to the picture show, but we had to go in through the fucking colored entrance. I wanted a hot dog and a lemonade, but the sign says we don't serve Negroes in this establishment. You're a patriot? Blue-eyed, jarhead, motherfucking Nazi-killing patriot that you are. You're still a fucking puppet to the man. You're exactly the kind of guy they ordered in convention time. You don't get it, do you? Before all this, before the Germans, before the war, back home, man, you were the Nazis. Be careful what you call me. Violence. Language of the man. Can't you see? We're all just brothers and sisters now, aren't we?
Grace and Jay are examples of a kind of trope that functions within this game. That the people with the best grasp on reality and the people who truly understand America in the Wolfenstein universe are Black. White people, there are exceptions, but white people are generally either clueless or they're complicit with the Nazis. And finally, here is maybe where we can address some of those complaints from people who gave this game bad reviews. This game is not saying that all white people are bad. Obviously, because the main character, the guy you control, Billy Blazkowicz, is white, and he's a good guy. What it is saying is that for white people, it's possible to be unaware of what's going on, and that is not a luxury that most Black people would have. I mean, let's go back to how we first meet Grace. One of her first functions is to point out the inherent racism that America had even before the Nazis arrived, and tells your character that not all white Americans even want to be free of the Nazis.
Put the fighting spirit back in the America.
fight a revolution.
Shit. We've been fighting every motherfucking day, Blazkowicz. White America, though? They done packed up and given in. See, I guess they don't have the fighting spirit no more. Nah, they just do whatever the fucking Fuhrer tells them to do.
That's baloney. They want to fight the Nazis just as much as we do. All they need is for someone to show them how.
You know who's running the South after the Nazis took over? The Ku Klux motherfucking Klan, am I right?
That's it.
So what you gonna do? You gonna go down there and hold hands with them and build bridges and persuade them to join our cause? Get your head out your ass, Blazkowicz.
And now I think we're starting to get a little closer to what some of those angry commenters, those angry reviewers were mad about. Because some of them probably felt a little bit attacked. But hold on. I don't think it's fair to say that everyone who was angry about this game was a literal Nazi sympathizers. I think a lot of people who were angry at the game, at least the way they say it, is that they're not angry about the politics of the game. They're angry that the game has politics at all. Political themes don't belong in a game. Games are fun, and this is just a game.
They need to be taught a goddamn lesson. You hear
I think
me?
what's behind that kind of thought is the recognition that a game
You go there and
can be more
take out their
personal
supplies.
than other mediums. Because
Take
look,
my
in a
word.
book or a
I'll
film,
pay you well
there's a
for
sense
it.
of distance between the thing that you're experiencing and you. But games are different because you're actually controlling the character. Things don't happen to somebody on the screen, they happen to you. So when someone tells your character that America is racist, they're not talking to that character, they're talking to you. And if you're American, and especially if you're also white, that might make it feel a little bit more personal than you're prepared for. But let's pause for a second, because maybe this game isn't so scary if you're white. I think there's a couple ways of looking at this game. Because on the one hand, there's kind of a white savior thing happening here. So again, you're playing as BJ Blazkowicz, and you find out in the beginning of the game that his mother's Jewish. But that's not really brought up much after that. When people call him white, BJ doesn't correct them, and even the Nazis refer to him as white.
I recognize your face. Very Aryan face it is too. Go to Station 1.
His father's white, and his father is an absolute villain to the point of being basically a caricature. In the first scene of the game, we see his father strangle a child, hit his wife, hit a dog, spout anti-Jewish tropes, say the N-word twice in the space of like 45 seconds. Right after that, he says something homophobic, and there aren't even any gay people in this scene. And then he makes you kill your own puppy. He's so hateful, it's almost not believable. Shoot her. And so, spoiler alert, but this shouldn't really be a spoiler, when we see BJ's father become a Nazi sympathizer later on in the game, we can say, okay, yeah, figures. He was a bad guy back then, and of course he would side with the bad guys. I would never do that. And this is why I think we could call BJ a white savior, because this pattern follows that trope perfectly. So the white savior trope works because film directors know that we can't pretend racism doesn't exist because we know it exists. We've read about it at school. But if you show racism on screen, you risk white people getting their feelings hurt, and they might not want to watch your movies anymore. That's that. So there's you give the viewer two options. You give them one really bad racist one, and that's the foil. And the other person, you give them a good, not racist white person. And you kind of hint to the viewer that, okay, obviously, you wouldn't be that one, you'd be this nice second guy. And you could argue that that's what BJ is. Controlling BJ doesn't just feel big muscles. When you play as BJ, you get to feel not only physically superior, but morally superior. Reading history, and especially looking at pictures from history, is really uncomfortable when you see someone who looks like you in those pictures. We all like to think that if we lived back in some historical period, that we would have been on the right side of history. Maybe we wouldn't be this guy, but we could definitely be this guy, right? But that's not probable. You might not have been this person, or this person. But statistically speaking, most of the people watching this, you would have been this guy, or her, or him. If the world of Wolfenstein 2 were real, you, watching this video, if you were given the opportunity, you probably would have joined the Nazi party. I'm not making a value judgment on you. I'm sure you're a great person. I'm just speaking statistically. Most people simply
Give my regards to your father when you return to the farm. Oh, and tell him I'm putting some Holy slaves up for auction this week if he's interested. There'll be cocktails.
I'll tell him, Auntie. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye, dear.
This is what Hannah Arendt was talking about. Playing as BJ allows you to escape that reality a little bit. But then, on the other hand, BJ is a little bit more complicated than that, if you know where to look. BJ is not exactly a perfect white savior. He might be the guy who's most physically ready for the job, but he's not a leader. He's a soldier. He has a good moral compass, but we see him over and over again having to have somebody else, usually somebody black, have to explain to him that, look, man, America's actually a pretty terrible place, and it has been for a really long time. BJ doesn't like hearing this, but it keeps being proven to him.
Count on the spot, you know. Pretty well cornered by the man, actually.
Somebody will lay it out for him. They'll explain reality. They'll explain the reality of American racism to him. And in the moment, he'll nod, and it seems like he gets it. And then in the very next scene, he's getting offended that somebody else is explaining to him that they see America differently from him. He's kind of ignorant for the entire game. And it makes you wonder why BJ is even on our side. And honestly, if BJ didn't have very serious daddy issues, he might not be. BJ joined the army not to save the world or out of any real sense of justice, but as far as we can see, he joined to escape his abusive father.
Man, that we can also make up for what you done to us. I think of my father, I see, fuck you, and a fist flying in my face.
When'd you ever do right by me?
If his dad hadn't been such a cartoon villain jerk, BJ might have just ended up as some middle manager working a desk job for the Third Reich. So, which is the correct way to look at Wolfenstein? Is BJ a white savior character that lets white people off the hook too much? Or is he a parody of the white savior stereotype? Maybe a little bit of column A, maybe a little bit of column B, or maybe it's something else. A little earlier, we talked about those two books that explain the actual history of American and Nazi interaction and influence. But again, this is a game, which does something that neither of those books do, and does something that maybe no book can ever do. When those books describe Nazi policies, they use words like sinister, or evil, or unimaginably horrifying to make sure that we know that the authors think that the Nazis are bad. And look, I understand why they do this, and don't get me wrong, Wolfenstein the game kind of does it too. It makes it very clear that Hitler is not somebody to look up to. When we finally see Hitler, his mind is completely gone, and he spends most of his on-screen time vomiting, crying for his mother, or in the fetal position. But with the rank and file Nazis, Wolfenstein is a little bit more hands-off. It lets you experience, even in a small way, what the normalization of Nazism might look like. So let's go back to that small town. Talk to everybody. What do we do with the fact that in this entire town, there are a grand total of 2 people that we could call good guys? The first one is a newspaper seller who whispers to you that he supports your movement. But he's too much of a coward to actually say that out loud.
Say, mister, you look familiar to me. Are you some kind of celebrity?
Mister, you... Oh, God. If you are who I think you are, I just want you to know I am behind you all the way.
And then he goes back to selling Nazi newspapers. The only guy who's willing to tell the truth to a powerful figure is this homeless drunk guy lying down by a dumpster. He thinks you're a Nazi and he starts yelling at you.
Well, I will tell you, you're a fucking Nazi traitor. Huh? But you trust.
And then he goes back to talking to his bottle. Which one of these would you be? Which one do you want to be? The cowardly guy who's still selling propaganda? The lady who's sucking up to the Nazi officer? The one guy who spoke the truth and became an outcast for doing it? Most people will comply. And look, I take back what I said earlier. Maybe you wouldn't join the Nazi party. Maybe you'd be one of the few that would fight. Maybe you'd be BJ. Maybe you'd be Super Special. But maybe you'd be this guy and end up here. When we look at those awful, evil people in our textbooks and think, I would have done the right thing, we sometimes forget that those people probably had their own textbooks and thought the same thing about themselves. The times and locations are different, but when you play through this game, you might start thinking that the questions have always been the same.
Troubling news,
If your family member joined a group that you didn't agree with, or voted for a group you didn't like, would you keep quiet about it so that it didn't cause arguments at the dinner table? If you knew your country was fighting a war to oppress people somewhere else in the world, would you speak up? What if it affected your friendships? What if it affected your job? If it was more convenient to pretend not to see things, would you eventually start to not see them? And if you decided, finally, that enough was enough, what would you do about it? Argue? Vote? Fight? Who's the terrorist? Of course, none of this stuff is mandatory to beat the game. You don't have to deal with almost any of this if you don't want to. You don't have to pick up any of those extra readable newspapers. And if you think some of those Nazi conversations might feel a little bit too close to home and upset you, you can shut them up by just shooting the offending characters before they start talking. I mean, if you're feeling triggered, pull the trigger. Problem solved. I don't think this game was meant to change anybody's mind about anything, and I don't think it has to. If you're far right, or if you're an actual Nazi, you probably just ignore the story. And the further left you are, you're more likely you are to find some of the black characters a little bit flat and maybe even exploitative. I'm not saying Wolfenstein has all the answers, or even any answers, but if you're willing to meet the game where it is, or maybe better said, if you're willing to let the game meet you where you are, and treat it as another way to think about something that most people avoid thinking about, you'll probably find yourself asking yourself some questions. But hey, who knows? It's just a game.
Wir arbeiten doch gut zusammen, oder? Ja? Was war das für ein Geräusch? Ein Toter!
That's what I like to see. Well, I can't fault you on the supplies. Yes, take a look. Should help with those deliveries. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
In the Red Dead Redemption series. It's hard to say much about Dutch that hasn't already been.
As a long form video, so that way you could just put on in the background, go to sleep, you know, go to work, do whatever. If you clicked on this video, I just wanted to say thank you and subscribe for some more Red Dead content. This is not stuff that I normally upload, and for some provided context, this series or these types of videos are basically just compilations of videos that are already up on the channel. Just making it easier for people to binge watch everything when it comes to character analysis or breakdowns or deeper looks at relationships from one character to another. Just to make it all easier, more digestible, and to combine the individual videos as more of a complete series as a long form video, so that way you can just put on in the background, go to sleep, you know, go to work, do whatever you need to do. This one here is all tied into looking into the character and overall personality of Micah, his intentions as well. We look at whether if Micah had a hand in kidnapping Arthur for Colm during their meetup, and if Micah was always a rat, or did Milton lie about that? Did Sadie and John make the right decision in killing Clete due to his blatant affiliation to Micah? Is it automatically guilty by association and there was no chance of redemption? Micah, I think, is one of the more complex characters in the overall story of Red Dead Redemption 2, so this entire video is dedicated to him and the many different hands and the many different roles or lack thereof that he may or may not have played in throughout the main story. Anyways, I'll shut that up. Thank you so much for watching. There's going to be chapters for each individual video. If you want to jump around or if you just want to watch this entire thing, it's perfectly fine as well, but enjoy. It's honestly pretty interesting to think of how passionately people get over something like a video game character. The protagonist or character that you play as makes sense for people to get attached to. People spend anywhere from 20 to 40 hours plus playing as them, and through good storytelling and character development, they become someone real, basically. You get attached to them. You know their wants, their needs, their desires, you feel for them, and in a way that's not too different than a close friend. It's the difference between having a character that's just tolerable or maybe even completely likable. A good example for someone like this would be Joel from The Last of Us, for me particularly. You know his backstory, who he is, where he comes from, and the mentality he has entering this apocalyptic world that has fallen apart. His life, his world was ripped apart, and the moment he lost his daughter, Sarah, he became hardened by grief, distant, unemotional. His sole drive was just to survive from the moment his daughter died. Moving forward, he was a completely different person. It's not until the progression of that game's story and spending so much time with Ellie that Joel's character arc, well, essentially a full circle, because at the end of the game, his hardened shell was cracked and he has pretty much taken up a role of being a father figure to Ellie. But what he was before the world went to hell, he is again. Albeit the circumstances are, of course, undeniably different. The world is still a cold, hard, and dangerous place, but he is capable and willing to do whatever it takes to protect his daughter, Ellie, a girl that's actually not too far off from the age his daughter was when she died. Joel becomes likable, and his character development, while being a full circle, is still one that makes him likable, and his goals and reasons for doing what he does, while they may be questionable, are still very much understandable. I like Joel, and I believe he's a large part as to why that game is so great. He's not a bad character by any means. I think it's quite the contrary. But when you look at someone like Joel compared to, say, Arthur Morgan, where Arthur's character development and the circumstances of his shifting priorities and mentality behind it, I would say makes him a great character, especially because of the pacing in which he's developed in. The first 5 hours or so of Red Dead Redemption 2 spent basically making him seem like a mindless brute. Terrifying and antagonistic is all he's really seen as. That, and of course loyal, but when we see he's got a love interest, and the reason as to why he has a certain position against John isn't because of some dumb rivalry on who does more for the gang that they're in, or who's in the good graces of Dutch, but rather why he's so standoffish against John is because he's hurt. He was so easily tossed away and forgotten about by someone who he considered a genuine brother. That actually hurt him, and he hid that hurt behind the code of the gang, that they're meant to be and stay loyal to each other and to Dutch. But deep down, why he continued to give John so much shit and told him to leave again, ultimately it was just his pain and anger manifesting into pushing his brother away. Of course, there's other differences where we actually see Arthur pass away on screen, and he's got other relationships tied to John, Charles. There's a mesh up of his life before he got sick, and how his life is spiraling out of control while he's slowly approaching his deathbed. So circumstances are a little different between Arthur and Joel. The material is drastically different, but as I was saying, there's a contrast between a good character and a great one. And whenever you're dealing with a great character, typically if there's anyone that's antagonistic or oppositional to him, that might seem to be the polar opposite, or the story being told through that particular character's perspective, naturally we're going to have a biased view. We all accept our character's view, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but when the character's done so well, and you feel for them on so many different levels, it becomes difficult for people to see the opposing view, especially from the side of the person irritating us, or irritating the main character that we're playing as. In this case, that's Micah Bell.
Go easy on him, Morgan. He was out trying to find a lead. Same as you, same as Hosea. All you do is complain when things don't work out. Except when it's your goddamn fault. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't give a damn about nobody but yourself. Oh, you act so high and mighty, but you're no better than the rest of us.
It's funny how well Rockstar has made Micah such a hated character. I wouldn't describe him as bad, because I don't think he's bad, at least not as a character. A bad person, definitely, but to give you an idea of how hated Micah is, I mean, you cannot give him any kind of credit whatsoever without someone talking shit or defending this piece of shit. But the one thing I think Micah never gets credit for is he never changes. Arguably, he's the most static character throughout the beginning to the end of the game. The only difference I would say that Micah really has is that there's a sense of confidence and a heightened level of impunity thanks to how close he's become with Dutch. But seemingly everyone goes through changes with the exception of him. Arthur and John go through changes. John becomes more dedicated to Jack and Abigail, something that's immediately noted after Jack's kidnapping at the hands of the Braithwaites and Angela Bronte. Arthur changes for a number of reasons, mixed with his declining health, a small resuscitation to his love interest, Mary Linton, regret over the Downs family and Dutch's growing recklessness. Dutch changes, even smaller characters such as Lenny, Sadie, Charles. But Micah never really does. Seemingly from the very moment you first see him on screen, he's seen as someone who enjoys the torment of others. He messes with Sadie when he finds her hiding out at her...
Блять, меня отпустили на обед. Это не шикарно. Блять, меня так бесят эти люди. Это просто пиздец. Они такие тупорылые. Стою, допустим, ну, как всегда, разношу вещи. Стою в узком проходе, ну, потому что я, блядь, работаю и расставляю вещи. И 3 нахуй дуры, блядь, вместо того, чтобы меня обойти, они, блядь, сквозь меня пытаются вот это вот пролезть, когда и так там негде, блядь, пройти, и, блядь, и вот каждый вот раз, блядь, прошла, 2, блядь, прошла, 3, блядь, прошла, притом еще у меня на спине вот это вот на плече были еще вещи, блядь, и такие тупорылые, это просто пиздец. Ой, у меня только-только появился этот свич. У меня обед. Я его трачу на то, чтобы отдохнуть. И боже, как же я расслабилась, как начала играть. Блин, это равно имба. Блин, вот Red Dead Redemption такой штучки. Это офигеть. Мне так хорошо стало, когда я начала слышать все эти фоновые звуки, саундтрек Red Dead Redemption. Сейчас я в наушниках. Это вообще и не лагает даже. Это просто бомба. Боже, мне реально так легче стало после того, как я посидела 30 минут на обеде, поиграла в Nintendo. Это вообще катастрофа. Пока я не жалею вообще потраченных денег. Хотя я играла в Red Dead Redemption, блин.
Shots are looking good. That's top notch. Okay, this'll have to do. Hello again. All right, take a look. Okay, let's see. Yep, I get a lot of these. See you around. Wanderer returns. Supplies are good. I'm a happy man. Very nice. back! Help yourself to some stew, by the way. It won't win any prizes, but it fills the hole.
You got to help me.
I can't help you, mister. That's way out of my jurisdiction. My job is stopping folks from getting shot on these streets. You know that.
She's my wife. She's my goddamn wife. They'll do terrible things to her. You've got to help me.
Maybe these people can help you.
Them?
Sure, why not? Most lost and kidnapped folks are found by bounty hunters and such like.
Will you help? I'll pay. Handsomely. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, Allison is the sweetest girl. She's quite a bit younger than me, you'll see. But better that way for wives, I found. But they took her. The outlaws, I believe. Up to Twin Rocks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll kill you.
He sent you, didn't he? He sent you. Well, I'm not coming. I can't go back to him.
We're in love. Leave us be. Look, I'll give you all we have. It ain't much, but it's something. Just help us escape from here. Come on, please.
I'm not going back. Cliff, you swore. You swore I wouldn't have to go back.
They'll have to kill me to get to you. Come on, folks. Have a heart, please.
I can't do it. Don't make me go back to him.
Terrence O'Dowd is not a good man, and you're not the first folks he sent.
I'm not kidnapped.
things have been going, there's no stopping us.
Nie?
Stocks are looking good.
You don't know me, but I know you. I've been waiting. I've been watching you. You good. You got... Remind me of me. When I was... been out here a long time. Hey, could you give me something? My belly's aching. I had meat. Nice charred meat. That's good. That's good. Oh, yeah. A kindness. See you soon, friend. Someone I can count on. So, who the...
Big man. Supplies are good. I'm a happy man. Hey, mister. Now, you know me. I ain't a feller to judge. And to ignore your nefarious tendencies would be to overlook a potential asset, which is just bad business. So, I was thinking, if you could pay a visit to a certain store not far from here and relieve them of a few items, well, like I say, who am I to judge? Just be careful, of course. Well done. We're well stocked for the time being. Good news, we have another batch ready for market. Buyers are lined up not too far from here, so all you have to do is head over and make the sale. I just keep surprising myself. And to think my pa said I'd be a drunken hobo my whole life.
was wondering when you'd be back. All right, I'll take it. Seems everyone with a rifle been hunting these of late. A lot of folk coming by with these lately. Uh-huh. Seems everyone with a rifle been hunting these of late. Huh? A lot of folk coming by with these lately. Let me know how it was.
Nice to see you again. Take a look. Let me know if you have any questions. Have a flick through. Plenty of choice. Enjoy it. You need anything else? Bye now.
Oh, hello again. Never too soon, huh?
Ranch and finds pleasure in tormenting this woman that's not only terrified but completely vulnerable. As early as Coulter, Micah makes comments on how unfair it is that here he is doing all this work, bringing in all this money for Dutch, for the gang, and yet still somehow there are other people that are not earning their own keep, that are freeloading, that are taking it easy off of all of his hard work. And that, of course, is Micah's position on the women and Jack. And because they're being freeloaders, it's up to him to pick up the slack. This is kind of a sentiment that Micah repeats throughout the game. It's somewhat hand in hand with going back and reclaiming the money that was lost in Blackwater, just taking the money and shedding the dead weight. He even repeats it again during Beaver Hollow, contributing to Dutch's final decision to just let Abigail be hanged for murder when she's captured by Agent Milton. There's even a point where he sarcastically mentions how he cares so much for the gang and all of its members and he just can't help it.
Maybe he's right, Dutch. Maybe I have pushed too hard. Got us into situations that could have been safer. I see all those mouths we gotta feed, and I dream too big, caring too much. That's my problem.
Caring too much? There's no such thing.
Granted, that plays along with it and echoes Micah's sentiment, which in the moment just seems like the two of them are jokingly bullshitting, but as a joke or otherwise, where Micah stands and how he feels is something that is immediately apparent from the start. He never has a change of heart, a character evolution, a change of who he was or what he valued like Dutch. or even a shift in priorities like John and Arthur. Instead, what we get is a deeper look at who he has always been. I've mentioned before that Micah is, well, unforgettable, somewhat sparse if you really look at it. During Horseshoe Overlook, he's only present in 2 missions. One involves saving him at Dutch's request, a mission that further sets the tone of his willingness to kill and take back what's his, no matter who stands in his way. It's also the first real interaction between him and Arthur that we see.
I got an opportunity to watch you be silent, but you gotta do something.
Why? I always looked up to you, Arthur.
Well, that's your first mistake.
You can sense the tension between the two of them. He's understandably submissive towards Arthur here because, well, his life obviously depends on it, but he continues to have a submissive demeanor towards Arthur, even though it's somewhat agitating. It's still harmless. It's not quite the level of disrespect that he later displays, but the general disposition towards him is still the same.
Well, the gang gets its piece. Yeah. Like I said, big shadow, tiny tree. And like I said, that still don't mean nothing.
In the next chapter of Clemens Point, again, Mike is only present in 2 missions. Technically 3, as he defends the camp with Kieran while everyone else goes to launch an assault on Braithwaite Manor while looking for Jack. Now, I don't really consider that all too significant, and if we want to add some deeper meaning to this, that honestly probably doesn't exist. The whole assault on Braithwaite Manor I consider an apex moment in terms of unity of the Van der Linde gang. I mean, this shot of all of them walking up to Braithwaite Manor is still one of the coolest moments in the entire game. I think it's only second to everyone riding down from the hilltop onto the oil refinery in My Last Boy. But all of the enforcers are present. The only 2 here that aren't is a former O'Driscoll that's more of a horse groomer than an actual gunman, and then of course Micah. That in of itself could be the developers giving us the representation of Micah's loyalty. Anyways, apart from that, Micah was crucial in convincing Dutch to meet up with Colm, resulting in Arthur's kidnapping. Now, there's no direct evidence that Micah played a part in it, although it is one of the first suspicious moments of Micah actually taking an initiative to get rid of Arthur. Again, there's never 100% indisputable proof that Micah had an actual hand in Arthur's kidnapping and subsequent torture, but the circumstances surrounding it and Dutch's lack of finding it odd that Arthur just didn't turn up, supplemented by Micah's indifferent demeanor to the condition Arthur is in when he does return to camp, definitely makes one wonder. His only other one major appearance in Clemens Point is during a short walk in a pretty town where he, Bill, Arthur, and Sean all get ambushed by the Gray family. During the chapter of Saint-Denis, there's a stagecoach stick-up that you can do with Micah, but as far as the main missions go, he's only present during the robbery of the Bank of Saint-Denis. He's obviously present during the entire chapter of Guarma, but neither the entire chapter of Guarma or the Saint-Denis bank robbery does he have any notable presence. He's there, yes, but the spotlight is put more on the rest of the gang members, and of course Dutch, who's having more and more of a looser grip on his own values. Something that Arthur is obviously witnessing, contributing to Arthur's own introspection and reevaluation. Micah's biggest presence is during the chapter of Beaver Hollow, at least as far as missions go. He's never seen in more than 2 missions at a time, with the exception of Guarma, but while being present in as nearly as many missions as he is in Beaver Hollow, he still doesn't have that much of an on-screen presence. He more so blends the background. It's Beaver Hollow where he doubles down on how he is during Horseshoe Overlook. It's the catering to Dutch and getting in Arthur's face, albeit more disrespectful and willing to put Arthur in his quote-unquote place. But if the roles were reversed during Horseshoe Overlook and Micah would be Dutch's right-hand man, as he is in Beaver Hollow, I don't think he would act any different towards Arthur than he does here. They may be dialed back a bit since Arthur isn't sick, and there would be more members readily available to defend him from Micah, and Dutch would be less inclined to support the way Micah talks, at least openly, since the pressure on him is not only there to the level that it is during Beaver Hollow, but we have a more coherent gang, a gang that resembles more of a family. The women are still around, Jack is still around, Hosea is still alive. There would be more of a fuss for Micah treating Arthur the way that he does. Really many people in this game aren't actually seen in too many missions if you think about it. The only ones in the majority of them is Arthur, obviously because the game takes place through his own account, and of course Dutch. To think that Micah has such a minuscule presence during the middle of the game's events and still manages to have the presence and irritation from us as if he's always around is a testament to how Rockstar skillfully utilized the little time that they may be given with each character to not only set the tone of a certain relationship dynamic, but the basics of that character's personality. Another thing I want to point out that someone said that Micah doesn't get enough credit for is just how smart he is. He understood this game's dynamic. He understood the culture and the morals, the values, and that Dutch was the center of it all. Whether if Micah genuinely had a love and dedication to Dutch is debatable. I feel he genuinely did, although just because he had that love and dedication doesn't mean he had that same level of loyalty and willingness to protect and defend Dutch over himself. But ultimately, in the end, while many people find him annoying and irritating, I find Micah to be one of the more interesting characters, just how he's presented. As I said, he's not a bad character. Bad guy, yes. He's an interesting character with no morals, very few values, and a person whose goals and interests sometimes may be a little gray or shady, but ultimately, I still find his presence interesting. It's hard to think of how the game would be if we didn't have someone like Micah. At times, it's almost like you actually need him. Arthur's really not someone that's challenged all too often, and now we have this thorn in our side in the presence of Micah, who likes to annoy, likes to agitate. But let me know what you think. What's your position on Micah? Do you agree with me? Do you feel like he doesn't change at all during the story? He just becomes more of who he was from the start? And do you think the story of Red Dead Redemption 2 ultimately needs Micah? I'll be down in the comment section talking to you, and like always, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next video.
I know we ain't always seen eye to eye, and you find me irritating and a threat, and I like to annoy you. But right now, I need better from you, Arthur.
Okay, Micah, whatever you say.
I ain't the bad guy you think I am, Arthur. But I am a survivor. Stick with me and you'll live.
What does it mean to be a survivor? What are you willing to do in order for self-preservation? To make sure you long outlast those around you. Those who you have fought, bled, and sacrificed besides, not as enemies, but as brothers. Micah Bell is often considered to be the most hated person in all of Red Dead Redemption 2. Given how the entire game is presented through the eyes of Arthur, the polar opposite of Micah, it's not hard to see why. Micah agitates and indirectly challenges Arthur in the early hours of the game.
Make sure the gang gets some sleep.
Yeah. Like I said, big shadow, tiny tree.
And like I said, that still don't mean nothing. Get out of here.
Micah also disrupts the overall status quo and hierarchy within the gang by appealing to the narcissistic and even latent vengeful side of Dutch, resulting in Dutch making decisions he would have originally brought to the Council of Hosea and taken some sort of opinion of Arthur's, whether if it was through sheer gratitude for saving his life, seeing how useful Micah could be in the right situations, or Micah was someone for once that really understood a side of him that has always wanted to just give in to his own impulsiveness. Maybe it was a combination of all the three. Whatever the case, Dutch took a liking to this man, a man who possibly never even held the smallest amount of loyalty to Dutch. Micah could very well be loyal to none other than himself, and of course, his most valued possessions, his 2 custom Schofield revolvers with "Vengeance is hereby mine" engraved on the barrels. If Micah was to ever make it out of this life, betraying Dutch, along with every other Van der Linde gang member in the process, what life he had hoped to live would only be up to speculation. Given his own temperament and irrational behavior, prone to emotional outbursts, it's hard to imagine him living all that long, or even continuing a life on the low. A life of peaceful domestication isn't exactly something that seems would suit him all that well. And seeing how John has to put down scores of Micah's own men during the epilogue, I think it's safe to say Micah would possibly never give living a normal life a fair shot. Either being jailed and hanged, as was his fate in Strawberry, or really dying in a hail of bullets is what seems to always be waiting for him. Or even potentially hunted down like an animal by Pinkertons, realizing just how much of a problem he really is. It's doubtful Micah could ever live a normal life. While that may be an interesting topic to explore in the future, today I want to talk about Micah's allegiance, or lack thereof, to Dutch. I don't exactly want to challenge the notions of Micah already being a traitor or a rat. I think that is something entirely different. What I want to do is present with different scenarios to question the legitimacy of each individual piece of evidence of Micah's questionable allegiance, and look at each one under a microscope, starting with the first big flag, Dutch's wanted poster that can be found in Micah's camp. After saving Micah from the jail cell in Strawberry, Micah continues to live remotely in the local area, scouting for potential opportunities where he can return to Dutch with a big take. Some type of gift, a form of repentance for his mistakes, if you will. And so, Micah places his sights on a local banking coach set to travel by soon. Here, the events of the mission and American pastoral scene begin to unfold. Once the mission is complete, it has come to people's attention that if you return to where Micah was camped out at, there is a wanted poster with none other than Mr. Dutch Van der Linde as the bounty. For some, a telltale sign of Micah's intentions to give this man up since the very beginning. However, maybe that isn't entirely true. Micah is said to have stepped in and saved Dutch's life when they first met each other up in the Grizzlies. And after reading this poster, the first opportunity to betray Dutch would have been right there in that bar. In the initial encounter, there was no need to save Dutch, who was already about to be killed. Micah could have very well let that happen, and then kill Dutch's assailants and take the bounty for himself. Possibly the best route to take, as it would end up as the least path of resistance and a healthy payday. The great Dutch van der Linde's corpse can be turned in, and Micah can ride off, saddlebags loaded with cash with only a few bullets spent. Micah does the opposite, though, and decides to save this silver-tongued fox. Why? Maybe it was the message Dutch preached. Maybe it was what he stood for. Or maybe it was as simple as Micah knew he couldn't survive on his own. And as Dutch saw Micah as someone who could be very useful in some situations, Micah saw Dutch as someone who could open doors to him and provide the one thing he couldn't get on his own, a loyal gang. One who he could rely on. One who, if need be, he can call a family.
I'm sorry, but we're family now, Arthur. You and me. Sons of Dutch. Makes us brothers. Sometimes, brothers make mistakes.
Whatever the case, Micah chose to save him that night, and he chose to continue on to ride with the gang. Now, the reason I call back to this particular scenario is because if we take a look at the bounty on Dutch's head, it's priced at only $1,000, which to me signals that this is something that predates the events of Red Dead Redemption 2. Micah's been aware of who Dutch was, and the reason why I believe it predates it is because of two reasons. First, Milton prices Arthur's own bounty at $5,000. Milton's determined to bring only Dutch down, giving the rest of the gang members ample time to disperse and maybe even try a fair chance at living a normal life. In Milton's words, a life worthy of human beings. We can say that sure, Milton maybe priced Arthur's own bounty a little higher as a form of intimidation or some kind of attempt to convince Arthur all the trouble he's willing to bring down on himself ultimately isn't worth it, because while his bounty may be so high, Milton is only after Dutch. I find it hard to believe Arthur's own bounty would be higher than the man who is considered the main culprit behind these many crimes. The literal gang is named after Dutch, and Milton was willing to excuse each and every single member for just Dutch alone. I doubt with so much attention and heat, even if in the off chance Arthur's bounty was higher, Milton would excuse it all for just Dutch by himself. On the same token, with the van der Linde gang hitting Cornwall's train at the end of the chapter of Coulter, and Cornwall becoming a direct financer of the Pinkerton Detective Agency, with Cornwall's influx of money, interest, and the fact the gang was already wanted on the run from what transpired in Blackwater, a $1,000 bounty seems way too low. Michael would also be too far involved with the gang at this point and its own affairs to be having any sort of poster like this within his possession. Even if he did, ready to present it to the law or even a rival gang if need be to save his own neck, this poster wouldn't be the evidence for that. The bounty's way too low for it to be valid after the events of the game have already started to take place. So I personally don't believe this bounty is entirely relevant. It can be, but I think when you take everything into consideration, it has to be before the events of Red Dead Redemption 2. And then there's a matter of the next flag. Micah's absence in the earlier hours of the game and his refusal to stand his ground or even take major action when the gang needs him most. I had pointed out before Micah's lack of action when Arthur went missing after he, Dutch, and Micah decided to ride out and meet with Colm. Even though it was a meeting that was orchestrated by Pearson, the fact Micah seemed so willing and eager to push Dutch to sue for peace, a direct contradiction to Micah's own rash, aggressive tendencies. He of all people should understand the hatred that Dutch has for Colm, yet in a twist of fate, he appears to push Dutch so hard to at least hear Colm out. In a previous video, I mentioned how despite Arthur, Dutch, and Micah all agreeing to a meetup point after the meeting with Colm took place, as a sort of safety measure, Arthur obviously didn't make it to this meetup, and yet neither Dutch nor Micah decided to go and look out for Arthur, who was missing. Yet, unbeknownst to Dutch, at least, Arthur was in the possession of Colm, trying to use him as bait to turn Dutch and his men into the law in order to buy himself time.
Let me go, Colm, and end all this crap between you two. We all got real problems now. The way I see it, they get him, they forget about me.
Whether if Micah had a direct or indirect hand in this for certain can be debatable. At least that was a stance some people had before. But what can't be argued is Micah's lack of initiative to mount a rescue mission for who he claimed was his quote-unquote brother. It's also quite apparent Arthur's return to camp. Micah can be seen in the background, completely unbothered by Arthur's return. Sure, It could be viewed as Micah's attempt to get rid of Arthur. By doing nothing or refusing to get up or rile Dutch up to go and look out for Arthur was potentially his way of trying to push Arthur's absence under the rug. With Arthur gone, after all, Micah would have unrivaled access to Dutch, and with that, the ear of the will of the Van der Linde gang. On the one hand, this was a move to show to Arthur just how much Micah truly cared for him. Arthur saved his skin back in Strawberry, although at the behest of Dutch. Now, even though he is technically indebted to Arthur, here he is, refusing to do the same. It's one thing to quietly trying to get rid of an obstacle like Arthur. However, it's a completely different thing when you refuse to back up the other members as he does later on. This is actually a moment that has passed over my head countless times, and it wasn't until recently that it was brought to my attention. The battle of Shady Belle picks up immediately after the Van der Linde gang burns down Braithwaite Manor. Revenge for kidnapping young Jack Marston. This is the mission where Milton and Ross walk in the heart of the Van der Linde camp, confront Dutch, threaten every member here, and even offer a deal. Surrender Dutch, and they all get to walk. This singular cutscene displays what is possibly the greatest level of unity the gang has ever had for each other and even for Dutch. Dutch lets his oratory skills run on full display, mockingly offering to give himself up, only for every single Van der Linde member to load and cock all of their weapons.
Ain't that fine?
I don't want to kill all these folk, Dutch. Just you.
In that case, it'd be my honor to join you. Excuse me, friends. I have an appointment to keep with...
Dutch may be a wanted man. Their homes may have been discovered, and they will be damned. These men of the law foolishly believed Dutch would be given up without a fight. Every member, from the trusted adopted sons such as Arthur and John, down to the less trusted and even feeble-minded members such as Strauss, Reverend, and Kieran, all stand shoulder to shoulder, ready for a fight, except Micah. Micah's not only absent from this entire scene, but he can even be seen walking in the background, leisurely heading for his horse. Some, similar to the wanted poster, has cited this as another pivotal moment where Micah was a rat all along, luring the Pinkertons here and refusing to fight them when he already struck a deal. However, again, I don't think that is entirely true. It's plausible for sure, but seeing how Milton's introduction to the gang members goes to show he doesn't quite know who is who or even potentially how many members hold the ranks of the Van der Linde gang, he doesn't know who John is, he presumes Hosea, and the only person that he knows besides Arthur is Dutch.
Good day, fine people. Mr. Van der Linde, Mr. Matthews, I presume. And who are you?
Rip Van Winkle.
Huh. Good day, sir.
Micah could be very well aware of this, and rather than fight, stand his ground with people who are staring in the face of a reckoning. All their days are numbered. Maybe he knew Dutch was a very wanted man, only growing in infamy, and the reality of this man being killed or captured was high, and only continuing to grow day by day, worsening as long as they had no money and continued to go score to score. He may not have sold them out to the Pinkertons just yet, but he wasn't ready to take the chance of being assigned a death sentence with the Van der Linde members. As he said himself time and again, he is a survivor after all. But if that's true and he's not ready to stand his ground with the Van der Linde gang, that raises one question. By him going out, revealing his face in the Saint-Denis bank robbery, a robbery that most likely Milton or any other surviving Pinkerton members could have seen his face, what next? Well, that paints the next scenario in a different light. As we all know, during the end of the game, when Arthur goes to save Sadie and Abigail from Milton, Milton reveals to Arthur that Micah has been a rat all along. Milton picked up Micah back when they returned from the island of Guarma. And ever since then, Micah's been revealing information to the Pinkertons. There is so much that can be broken down about this interaction. So many people refuse to believe that Milton could even be lying to Arthur, which I think was always a possibility, but we'll leave that for a different video entirely. Let's talk about Micah revealing information to Milton. We don't know the details. We don't know the extent, we don't know the nature, we don't know the quality of the information, the type of communication that was being kept between them, or how close of an eye Milton and the Pinkertons were even keeping on Micah. So far, The picture I have painted, though, is one that admits Micah doesn't have undying loyalty to Dutch, something that's been pretty much common sense. He doesn't care about any of the other members, or even Dutch to a degree. His main concern is himself, and he's aware of how far he can go with and without Dutch. I believe Micah was aware that he needed and depended on Dutch, and counted on Dutch's good graces and the love and respect Dutch commanded from other people to ensure that he himself was taken care of. If Micah betrayed the gang and really did feed information to the Pinkertons behind everyone's back, I believe the information Micah would have given the Pinkertons would have been information that was credible, something that was just enough to ensure if things went south with Dutch or the gang and they all ended up at the mercy of the law, he could then claim he was a double agent. On the flip side, in order to save face with Dutch, seeing how during Beaver Hollow, Micah's starting to call the shots and even making moves on behalf of Dutch, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to place Arthur and even John on the types of jobs that would cause more, in Dutch's words, noise. The jobs where the gang is being more bold, more ambitious, more careless. In this way, Micah claimed to Dutch, Arthur, and John were conspiring against him and were in contact with the Pinkertons, something Dutch already admitted to having a suspicion of when they were trapped on the island of Guarma.
So what happened with John and that bank?
He survived. Unlike dear Hosea and Lenny, the only one they took alive.
Why is that, you think? I don't know. I was already on the roof. I didn't see it.
And Abigail, I presume she was able to slip away in time.
What are you talking about?
You know, when I look back at all the chaos of the past few weeks, the apparent superficial chaos, I begin to wonder, maybe, for somebody, this is all going exactly to plan.
Later on, during Just a Social Call, Micah continues to plant the idea that there is a rat.
Micah reckons there's a rat.
Oh, does he? On what evidence?
He's only back a minute. Pinkerton show up.
We've been on the run since you two fools went crazy in Blackwater.
At this point in time, Dutch has already shown a growing coldness towards Abigail and John. It was just a bigger hurdle to convince Dutch Arthur was in the same camp as well, something Arthur gradually was put in by just being placed on the same jobs as John, and even in Dutch's eyes continuing to side with John, such as saving him from Sisika Penitentiary, and even insisting that Dutch should let the Marstons go. Micah this way was put in a uniquely blessed position. Anything went wrong in Dutch's eyes can be placed on the Marstons and Arthur. Anything went wrong in the Pinkertons' eyes, Micah could play the role of an insignificant gunman that knew nothing of Dutch's grander ideas, and fed as much information as he possibly could to them. After all, from our perspectives, there's no evidence saying concretely that the Pinkertons were aware of who Micah was, or his affiliation with the Vanderlyn gang, or even a personal tie to Dutch. At the end of the day, Micah being a rat wasn't to serve the Pinkertons, it wasn't to serve Dutch, or really destroy the Vanderlyn gang. I believe with Micah's own philosophy, he was willing to do any and everything to ensure that he survived, and he made it through the day. And that meant being all too willing to play both sides. Micah's selfish, Micah's hot-headed, he's temperamental, but he's not an idiot. And I'm going to present this to you. What do you think about all this? What do you think the position Micah was in? And how do you perceive the wanted poster, Micah's lack of action when it came to Arthur being taken for a hostage, the Pinkertons showing up in the heart of the Clemens Point camp, or even the validity of Milton claiming that Micah was a rat, and even if that is true and Micah was indeed the rat, what do you think the information was? What do you think the role Micah played as a rat? Do you agree with the perspective I have? How much does it differ? Let's talk down in the comment section below. But like always, guys, thank you so much for watching. My name is Cynic. If you have any suggestions or recommendations or anything else you want me to cover, it doesn't even necessarily have to be Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2. Please share it down below in the comments. But until next time, I'll see you all later.
What are we doing here? Go home. Is this thing over?
Was there ever a real possibility of a long-lasting truce taking place between Colm and the Vanderlyn gang? Or was this event the brainchild of both Colm and Micah? Colm clearly had the law on his tail, with his men causing much more problems for the local town they camped next to. His men can be found beating people and setting up traps out in the countryside with little accountability or any type of rule enforcement on Colm's part, or this all could have been encouraged by him. Either way, Colm without any doubt finds himself in somewhat the same position as Dutch, possibly even being on Leviticus Cornwall's hit list with his name right next to his older brother in arms. I doubt the train the Van der Linde gang stole from them in the opening chapter of Coulter was their only planned robbery that was fully intended to be carried out. I'm sure there were many more other hits on Cornwall's property, fueling Cornwall's rage and boosting the wave of funding he supplied to the Pinkertons. Micah, on the other hand, there's no secret his relationship with Arthur is fragile at best. Fighting to be Dutch's #1 adopted son and command the most respect in the Van der Linde gang, next to Dutch, of course. Arthur's nothing more than an obstacle to what Micah wants most. Now, with Colm in his presence, it's time for the two of them to get what they want, and that's with Colm getting the law off his tail to buy a little time so he can disappear, or at the very least be considered less of a priority in the law's eyes. Micah, on the other hand, wanted to no longer be challenged, with full reign over Dutch and tailoring everything Dutch heard to ensure Micah got what he wanted with Dutch's unwavering support. Unwavering support that can only be achieved with Arthur gone, and if whatever they were after was retold in a way that at least sounded consistent with Dutch's teachings. Whatever the case, today I wanted to explore the events of the mission Blessed Are the Peacemakers. This mission takes place during Chapter 3 at Clements Point. The Van der Linde gang finds themselves in the middle of using the Braithwaites and Greys' hatred against each other for their own personal gain, in a valiant effort to swoop the rumored Confederate gold out from under these families. The mission finds us right in the middle inside of the Van der Linde camp, with Micah proposing something that's actually very inconsistent with his character.
Colm O'Driscoll. Have you lost your minds?
Always telling us, Dutch, do what has to be done, but don't fight wars ain't worth fighting.
They want a parley? It's a trap.
Well, of course, it's probably a trap, but what do we got to lose finding out?
I always found this mission a little odd, and how Micah acts to be suspicious, at best. Never mind the meetup with Colm was only handled with Micah, Dutch, and Arthur standing over watching at distance, with no contingency plan made to involve any other gang members whatsoever should anything go wrong, but we'll dismiss this and chalk it up to Dutch swiftly making that decision on his own. Perhaps it was in a fit of agitation and doubt that he decided to involve as few people as possible that felt like a personal matter between two bitter enemies, completely disregarding all the bloodshed that did involve every gang's members over the years. But Mike is strangely optimistic about this. The man who back in Strawberry killed O'Driscolls in a drunken haze, or out of pure rage, or did it to just ingratiate himself more with Dutch for taking out members of his mortal enemy's gang. We'll never know the true reason behind all this, but it's hard to believe that the man who preaches cutting the weaker, lesser members loose from the gang and sees any kind of mercy as weakness is now begging Dutch to turn a blind eye and try to forgive a man for something he would never even consider doing. Micah, on the way to the meetup, even starts repeating the same sentiments Dutch always has.
I see all those mouths we gotta feed, and I dream too big, caring too much. That's my problem.
Caring too much? There's no such thing. This is horse shit from both of you.
He says it all sarcastically, and is rightfully called out by Arthur. And we know through the events of the game, the entire Van der Linde gang believed this to be a trap. A trap Colm later confirmed to Arthur to be true, yet it wasn't the type of trap anyone expected. The trap here was to capture Arthur so Dutch and the rest of the Van der Linde gang would come to his rescue, only to be greeted by Pinkertons waiting for them. I've already established Micah and Colm's intentions and the mutual benefit of them orchestrating this trap together. However, there's one glaring issue here. It's not Micah that originally presented the peace offering to Dutch, but Pearson. Pearson claims he followed some O'Driscolls into town, and it almost erupted into a fight until they started talking, and a possible peace was pitched. Unless these O'Driscoll members, for some odd reason, found it in the kindness of their hearts to not attack on sight, as they normally would if they were aware that this was a member of Dutch's gang they were dealing with, or maybe they took pity on Pearson or found him more amusing than threatening, and maybe they were smarter than the average O'Driscoll, it's really possible that there was a lot done within this astral interaction between Pearson and these O'Driscolls, or even through these members by chance hearing of Colm trying to plan something out, and these members in an attempt to get in Colm's good graces preemptively established this meeting through making contact with Pearson. While all of that is definitely possible, I think it's less likely, given how Mike is acting specifically. What I believe to be the case is even this chance meetup between Pearson and the O'Driscolls was staged. In a previous video, I talked about how Micah is unaccounted for during most of the chapters of 2 and 3. In Chapter 3, the only time we really see Micah is during Blessed Are the Peacemakers and a short walk in a pretty town. Given how he acts in Chapter 2, doing so as he pleases, and when things go south, he returns to Dutch with some sort of peace offering or a gift to alleviate the wrongdoing he's done, I believe the meetup with Colm to be one of those instances, with an added benefit of completely removing Arthur. Perhaps he ran into a situation where he found himself at odds with the O'Driscolls and decided to broker some type of deal within Colm. Maybe they hunted him down, knowing that he was the one that enacted all the events in Strawberry. found him alone. Whatever the case, the law wants Colm, but they want Dutch even more. Dutch isn't an easy capture and undoubtedly won't leave the camp without any kind of decent level of protection. So even if he does leave camp and we manage to capture him, Arthur would easily be the head of our vengeful rescue contingent. So it's easier then to make Dutch come to us. Even if this was the case, I don't fully believe that Micah was willing to completely give up on Dutch and let that happen to him. If we look at the events of the end of Lesser of the Peacemakers, when Arthur makes his way back into the Vanderlyn camp, there's almost no sort of action that's being taken by anybody within the camp, even though Arthur himself said that if anything goes south or whenever this meeting ends, we will meet at the fork in the road. Micah and Dutch had to have known that Arthur obviously didn't make it, and we're not deep enough into the story to see any type of falling out between Dutch and Arthur, or see any reason for Dutch to give up on Arthur as he does in the later stages of the game. Besides, Hosea is still alive. I'd imagine Hosea and John would have definitely acknowledged that Arthur's been missing for a couple days and riled up the rest of the camp into trying to look for him. So I don't actually believe that Dutch willingly ignored this. I think if any concerns or any problems came up to his mind, either Mike completely put them at ease, or Dutch was so involved and agitated from the events of the meeting with Colm, that he just couldn't be bothered or preoccupied with what happened to Arthur, not really thinking anything more of it, and perhaps, he'll just see them later at the camp. But either way, I've always believed that this is the way that's how the meeting went. I think Colm fully intended to capture Dutch, give him to the Pinkertons, so that way he can escape and get some of the heat off him. I really think the way that he planned on doing that was using Arthur as bait. However, I don't believe Micah would have ever allowed Dutch to get himself captured. I think Micah would have let it be until Dutch became aware of the situation, and I think at that point Micah would have either convinced him that it wasn't worth it, or again, because Hosea and John are alive, with them very much advocating to rescue Arthur, I believe that Micah would have put himself at the front of a rescue mission and would have done pretty much exactly what he did with John at the end of the game. During the We Are Best Selves mission, when John is on the train and he gets shot, Micah claims that there was nothing he can do, that John died. And I think that Micah would have done the exact same thing here with Arthur. I think he would have done the absolute bare minimum, absolutely no attempt, and just let whatever Colm wanted to do with them completely happen. And let me know what you think down in the comment section about this theory. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Also, if you have a suggestion for any theories, feel free to post that down in the comment section below. Always taking recommendations, suggestions, anything you want to see. But until the next video, you guys be safe.
Alright, bring the no-good murdering bastard up.
Good to see you back. Let's try this again. Where's Mike? No. Where's Mike?
I already told you I ain't seen him. You lie.
Yep.
It ain't my fault. He tried to kill
Everyone
me.
with a rifle been hunting these of late.
Talk, or I'll pull this stuff out. Talk. No.
Could Cleet have been redeemed, or is this a dry case of automatically guilty by association? Cleet is one of the smaller characters in the story of Red Dead Redemption 2. We have no information on what his last name is, possible aliases he went by, or previous affiliations besides running with Micah Bell and Joe, another character that's only known by one name.
Welcome back.
Cleet and my extension Joe are only in a handful of cutscenes throughout the entire game of Red Dead Redemption 2, with their first appearances being during the main mission, My Last Boy.
Why are these two still here? Old pals of mine, they're getting real comfortable.
We need guns. What's coming? Cleet and Joe know how to fight. Lucky I bumped into.
Although it's worth noting as a token of Rockstar's great writing, you can actually see Cleet and Joe wandering around camp a little bit before they are introduced to Arthur in the main story mission. But clearly, understandably, Arthur's naturally standoffish and aggressive towards both of them. I mean, given Micah's well-established reputation within the gang at this point, I think anyone that knows Micah from his earlier years and chooses to ride with him again should be seen as someone who's possibly as deplorable as Micah himself. And Cleet and Joe are already introduced to the handle of the game, or rather what remains of it, at the worst possible time, to say the least. Tension is at an all-time high for everyone that remains at Beaver Hollow. The Pinkertons are close on the gang's tail. Dutch and Micah are continuing to get closer to each other, feeding into one another's own greed and recklessness. John and Arthur are starting to develop their own sense of what is right and wrong with the change in their own priorities, which in turn causes its own wedge between not only them and Dutch, but the rest of the members, Bill and Javier, who, if you hang around camp long enough at a certain point, points can be seen calling John or even Arthur a traitor, telling them what they're doing is hurting Dutch and they should stop it, that they've changed. It's hard to precisely describe the tension and mentality that is surrounding everyone because, to oversimplify it, the prevailing sides are John and Arthur, trying to split off and do their own thing, versus Micah and Dutch, continuing on in the philosophy of what Dutch claims they've always been after. Only now it's through much more reckless and dangerous means. But to dig a little deeper within that camp of Dutch and Micah, I still believe the majority of people aware of what Micah and Dutch are doing and saying Dutch has changed is them more so trying to rationalize everything. It's a point of self-evaluation and retrospectively looking at their entire life. Because the man they've looked up to, the man that they've trusted so much in, is drastically different than what he's always been. I ultimately think that even though at some points they question whether Dutch was always like this, the blame is still placed on Micah. There's still a love, there's still some sense of loyalty to Dutch. Micah has none of that from any of them, so it's much easier for them to just place it on Micah and grasping at any and every possibility to rationalize the person that Dutch has become or that Dutch is now. But regardless of how much power or influence Micah genuinely has or is perceived to have on Dutch, John, Arthur, and everyone else who somewhat stays still believes Micah's the primary source of everything. And it's with that belief that makes Joe and Cleet even worse. From the perspectives of John, Sadie, and Arthur. Just the way the two of them are around the camp, never venturing far from Dutch's tent, not really seen interacting with anyone besides themselves and Micah. The body language and their lack of enthusiasm to engage with anyone else that isn't Micah or maybe even possibly Dutch just goes to show they know that they are not welcome. And yet here, they're basically treading on ground that they were never even really welcome to begin with. And knowing they are here in the good graces of the one that is blamed for the gang's current internal struggles definitely does not help their case. I wanted to put a big emphasis on Cleet's introduction to John, Sadie, and Arthur because since we don't know much about Cleet before being brought around as a hired gunman by Micah and the lack of details pertaining to what he got involved with after the events of Beaver Hollow make it difficult to make a sound judgment on whether Cleet could have been excused. And I think the possibility of him being excused is both real and almost a definitive no. From Sadie and John's perspective, Cleet's fate was always sealed. Because, frankly, from a loyalty perspective, I don't think Sadie or John would have ever allowed him to live and redeem himself if he was even capable and willing to live a straight, honest life. John and Sadie basically handed out Cleet's death sentence, a death sentence that results in either John hanging him to death.
My contact says he's willing to trade if you can do some hunting for him. Good, honest work. Just how you like it.
I think he's up in Mount Hagen. He got a whole gang there. Bad men. Doing bad things. I tried to stop him from murdering that little girl. We fell out. On it. Please. I'm one of the good guys. Hang him. No. There ain't no need for this.
He's done.
Thank you.
Or Sadie shooting him in the head. There's no option for him to live as far as the two of them are concerned. And that is even though he made it apparent that Micah quote-unquote tried to kill him, that they fell out because he decided to try and get in the way and save a little girl from being killed by Micah. He even says that he's one of the good guys. John and Sadie are ultimately on their path to getting their revenge on Micah. By association to the man they loathe so much, a man who they blame for the death of Arthur. I mean, we can't forget, Arthur practically asked Sadie to stick with him and John in exchange for his help in finishing off the rest of the O'Driscolls out in Hanging Dog Ranch.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it, but there's something you can help me with.
Sure.
You, me, and John. This whole thing is pretty much done, but Dutch still has our money hidden away, so...
But how do you mean?
When the time comes, just be
What
ready.
do you mean?
I mean, we can get out of here with money. You and me, we ain't... We're more ghosts than people. And none of that loyalty matters.
Jesus. Okay. I'm with you.
Well, then you got yourself a gun.
John obviously owed his entire second chance at trying to live an honest life to Arthur, and Charles developed a strong bond and deeper level of respect for Arthur after he helped out with the Wapiti situation. So from a loyalty perspective, the three of them would not let Clete live. I think it would just boil down to the fiercest level of an eye for an eye from their perspective. My brother died, and it's your leader's fault, so we're gonna wipe any trace of him and any connection he's ever had. His pleas for mercy ultimately just falls on deaf ears because they don't care. Their goal is just to find Micah. By running with someone so ruthless, then there's nothing more fitting than the ruthless end to your own run, regardless of how noble a single act of kindness was. But let's say that Clete never had the original presence in Beaver Hollow. Would he have still been killed? Unless John or Sadie witnessed Clete spare a child or be actively challenging Micah's more brutal tendencies, then I would still say, yes, I think he would still be killed. His fate would be the same. I think that's just based off of John and Sadie's feelings towards Micah, and possibly anybody that's affiliated with him or was willing to run with him. There would be no sympathy for those types of people as far as they're concerned. Only with his lack of a presence in Beaver Hollow would now render him even more of an insignificant character, mainly just serving as a worm to inform us where Micah is. He would still be killed just without a second thought now, because who cares? His main purpose is just to die and tell us where Micah's at. And there's one more reason that works against Clete's favor, and that is Sadie's newfound profession. She's a bounty hunter. We've seen countless missions where, even in the main story, how relentless, aggressive, and brutal Sadie can be herself. And the way that she was able to track Clete down in Strawberry was because there was rumors that one of Micah's affiliates, someone who's wanted for murder himself, is hiding out in Strawberry. I find it very difficult to see her overlooking this bounty. I don't think she would let him go. I think it would just boil down to killing him, moving on, coming back, and trying to reclaim that bounty of whatever price that was on Clete's head. I just don't see it in her to let him slide, or any situation where she would grant a little mercy and allow him to run off. Maybe at the head start, sure. Yeah, she could toy with him in that way, but there is no legitimate second chances or turning over a new leaf, not based off the history that we have here. Let's say in an alternate history, he was spared by both Sadie and John. Would he be redeemed? Well, just trying to save a little girl, which he failed at, doesn't warrant him being a good guy all of a sudden. It doesn't change the person he is or what he's done any more than Arthur reluctantly saving the German family at the end of Horseshoe Overlook.
Ein großer Mann. Ja, wirklich. Es ist ein Segen, dass wir Sie getroffen haben.
Come on, now get out of here. This place ain't safe. Get out of here!
Ja, ja,
Ammo!
alles klar.
Ammo!
Ich hab was für Sie. Einen Moment. Danke schön. Thanks. Vielen Dank. Herzlichen Dank.
Guess it was a pleasure.
Considering Clete stood up to Micah and ultimately left, it does show he has more of a moral compass than Joe or anyone else that stood by Micah's side. So for Clete, there is some kind of hope, but we can't say definitively because we frankly don't know much about him or what he's done. His past can be as vague as any random NPC, or it can be as brutal and cold-blooded as Will Honor. Arthur, is there a chance? Yeah. Can you say that? Can I say that definitively, without a shadow of a doubt? No. Just based frankly off what we have. There's even the possibility of him finding a woman, settling down and going the route of John, and completely flipping his mentality and abandoning his outlaw lifestyle. Something heinous Micah's brother seems to have done. But let me know what you think. Do you think Clete would have been able to be redeemed if Sadie or John allowed him to live? Do you think Sadie or John would have even allowed him to live, or you think it's as cut and dry as Rockstar made it out to be? There's no alternative there. I'd love to hear what you guys think. And like always, I'll be down in the comment section
Shame you couldn't
interacting
get
with
all
you.
of it, but thank you
thank you
anyway.
so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Who is the true villain of Red Dead Redemption 2? I want you to think about that. I'm sure as I ask that question,
well
a lot of
stocked for the
different
time being.
characters, or one primary one,
This
might
is
pop
good
into mind.
quality.
And that being Micah.
Was you follow? No. Was you follow? I said no.
Okay.
What is your problem?
What is your problem, partner? You don't look so good.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with me.
I'm fit as a fiddle. And not inside you ain't.
I'm just a realist, friend.
And honestly, if you take a step back, many characters throughout this game have done horrible things and have been the main villain of someone else's story. To the Downs family, it's Arthur. To Dutch, it could be Colm, it could be Leviticus Cornwall, it could be Agent Milton. To the Wapiti Indians, it's Leviticus and the U.S. Army. If we take characters that we know ultimately end up dying, to the Braithwaites and Greys, it's the Vanderlyn gang. To the majority of us, it's Micah, and ultimately Dutch. But if Red Dead Redemption 2 is all about the Vanderlyn gang, the story of Dutch Vanderlyn and how this gang ultimately fell apart, then an argument could be made that the gang itself is Dutch.
In that case,